It's Wednesday, my dudes. I'm not going to do the scream. I'm not doing the scream. All right, Ordained, let it out of your system.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Straight into the fucking parade. Oh my god. All right, fine. We'll vibe. We'll wait. We'll get it out of your system. Come on. Who's doing sneak next? Who's breaking out sneak? What the fuck is that? Oh, this is why people are talking about Gene Simmons. Okay, interesting. Okay, boat. Give it a minute. I'll give you the eyes. I got the eyes. Hi, Hollow. Hi, guys. What are y'all up to? This is a nice boat. This is a nice boat. Push-ups for chaos? Okay, we do push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn it. I wasn't fast enough to do it before the boat finished. Fuck. All right. Oh my god. All right. I'm getting it all done out front. Whew. Okay. Oh goodness. Where am I? Who are you people? We gotta wait. Look at that little guy. Look at that little guy doing his best. Revives and re-steals? Re-steals? Stabs failed and takes Solomon Isaac. You bitch! Oh, good lord. What the fuck? Hold on. I think I just saw a slur that I haven't seen in 20 plus years of my life.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh, it's a slur for a Jewish person. Okay. Well, damn, I didn't expect to hear that about Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons. Nor from a person named Rabbi Trumpstein. Trumpstein? I'm confused. I'm confused by this account. I was looking to see why Gene Simmons was trending, and apparently it's because they're being honorarily inducted into Kennedy Music Center. I'm not sure what that means. I don't remember the Kennedy Music Center doing, or the Kennedy Center doing anything with music. Wheel of Punishment this early? Bitch. All right. There's Pippin. How are you doing, Pippin? Ooh, that was close. Timeout self. All right. Who was it? Lucian, any last words? New section of the center? I don't know. It seems like it's a bunch of rock stars. Let me see. Hold on. There were a list here. Let me go back and find the list really quick. Where is it? Sylvester Stallone, Kiss, George Strait, Gloria Gaynor, Michael Crawford as Kennedy Center honorees. And then everybody's apparently pissed that Gene Simmons and Kiss is involved. Well, thank you, Pippin. Oh, people are mad because Gene Simmons hates Trump. Kind of. Seems to be the case, I guess. Hi, Goopy. How are you doing? I haven't heard anything about Stallone in years. When was the last thing Sylvester Stallone did? Hold on. We can actually check that. Sylvester Stallone. IMDb. Where are you? Up. Oh, he's in Landman, isn't he? Not Landman. Something like Landman. Tulsa King. That's what it was. Tulsa King is the series that he was in. Gene Simmons hates Trump. Yeah, so that's why I guess Trump supporters are mad that they're letting, like, Trump is supporting Kiss as like an icon and honoring them in the Kennedy Center. I guess I still don't know what the, hold on, let's look up the Kennedy Center. Kennedy Center. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. Okay, what do you do? What do you do at the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts? The JFK Memorial Center for Performing Arts, commonly known as the Kennedy Center, National Cultural Center of the United States, Eastern Bank of the Potomac in Washington, D.C. Hosts many different genres of performance, such as theater, dance, classical music, jazz, pop, psychedelic, and folk music. It's the official residence of the National Symphony Orchestra and the Washington National Opera. But what is its full purpose? Are these just, they're getting basically like plaques to be like honorary like symbols of American music? Is that what this is? Is Kiss American? I thought Kiss was British. Or at least some of the members are British. You mean that's a problem for Trump supporters? I mean, what's funny is Gene Simmons has also always been pretty right-wing, but he hates Trump and he hates racism. And apparently that's too much for them. Like, Gene Simmons is not a good person. That's for sure. Kiss was all-American? Okay, I couldn't remember. I had a ticket to go see Kiss during their, well, it was supposed to be one final tour, but this was like 2018, 2019. I got a free ticket to go see what was supposed to be their last tour, and then their real last tour ended up being in like 2023. But I ended up getting called into fucking work to go see to work a Kiss cover band at the place that I worked at. I worked that place until 3 a.m. where I could still see the fucking stadium where the real Kiss was playing with the tickets to the concert in my back fucking pocket. Still fucking pissed about it. Literally got called to come into work while I was putting my shoes on to go to the concert. I'm tying my shoes and the boss calls me up and goes, if you don't come in, you're fired. And now this was a job that I had that was supposed to be like layover before I had my manager position at a water park that was next door, because these companies were both owned by the same company. Granted, now that I think about it, that manager probably did not have that power because I was hired by the CFO of the company that owned the company he worked at. He liked me. That CFO fucking liked me. He bought me drinks whenever we could go to the Christmas parties. It was great. It was great. Their Psycho Circus tour. CFO, Chief Function Officer? Let me double check. CFO, Financial Officer. That's what it was. Chief Financial Officer. Chief Financial Officer is the CFO. Again, just another member of the C-suite. Chief Executive Officer is the CEO. CFO is Chief Financial Officer. He would come around to the businesses that were owned by the company, by the holding company over it, pretty frequently. And so he was also the one that interviewed me when I first started at the water park the first summer. And then he was like, I want you to come on as the manager next year. So we're going to move you to one of the other companies as layover there. Is what the show didn't have correct. Or if they did, he was definitely embezzling money. Definitely embezzling money. But is there anything else in the news? Anything actually interesting, or are we just watching the slow crawl towards the night of long knives? Again, Trump Epstein files trending again. Trump is on the Epstein list. Duh, we know about the Smithsonian. Oh, we can talk about what they're doing with the Smithsonian. I woke up this morning to this news. The White House will now be vetting Smithsonian Museum exhibits to comply with Trump's vision and interpretation of history. The letter to the Smithsonian, the internal review of Smithsonian exhibitions and materials. Slow crawl toward long knives. It's the slow crawl toward long knives would be preferred. No, this is proper noun, Night of Long Knives. If you don't know what that is, look it up. I highly recommend looking it up. Also fucking took over Washington. Yep. I have seen some people say that they haven't seen live streams or people like recording stuff that's going on in DC right now. But there are confirmations apparently that they've been clearing out like any of the homeless camps. I still can't get over the fact that this was all triggered because a bunch of 15-year-old kids beat up some Doge dude with the nickname Big Balls. A bunch of 15-year-olds beat up a 19-year-old that worked for Doge whose nickname was Big Balls. That's what gave them the big fucking push ahead to just be like, all right, guys, yeah, we're bringing in the National Guard. It'll be fine. It's the lamest. It's the lamest. Yeah, it's the lamest white card fire imaginable. Exactly. This really is our triggering point going to be Big Balls getting kicked in the nuts by a 15-year-old girl and his car getting jacked? Because that's hilarious. I don't care what anybody says. That's hilarious. Historically, it's fucking disgusting and really annoying. But when you say it really fucking fast, it sounds really fucking funny. I was late to the stream? No! All right, chat. You know what you have to do. They were 18 minutes late to stream. Get the guns. All right, do you want a blindfold or do you not want a blindfold, Beef? What's the situation here? Oh, good lord. This person thinks the Smithsonian equates to Agent Smith from The Matrix. Huh? Oh, it's because he thinks the Smithsonian is covering up the existence of giants. Oh. Oh, it's one of those types. Oh, okay. They're crazy. Got it. Got it. I need a blindfold. I need a blindfold. I don't want to see it coming. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, bud. Oh, wait. Also, I forgot to shoot, who was it? Lucian! Did you ever have any last words? Lucian. More people should watch Mage on Friday? You're correct. Everybody should watch Mage on Friday. I need to, because that won't let me actually just click to time you out, so I have to do the slash timeout. Lucian will be remembered. 07's for Lucian. I'm pretty sure we have Mage this week, right? No. Wait. Do we have Mage this week? I know we don't have Vampire for like the next like 3-4 weeks. But now I can't remember if we have Mage this week. I'm pretty sure we have Mage this week. I don't think I've seen Hectic. Hectic, are you hiding? Hectic, are you here today? Actually, you know what? I want a Kiss song. I want a Kiss song right now. Give me Kiss. I want like Best of Kiss or something. Those are radio stations. The very best of Kiss from 2002. That'll do. Oh, this is a live version. Okay. Imagine if giants just existed. Fucking people think they do. But it roots back typically to just straight up racism. Because people think giants exist, and their proof is that pyramids and stuff exist. They're like, there's no way that humans could have built that. It's way too big. And brown people couldn't have built it. They're uncivilized, supposedly. I hate you. I hate you. Fucking conspiracy theorist, dude. Nah, it's also funny too because they'll do things like post pictures or, God forbid, I've seen them literally post AI generated archaeology sites and it's so obviously AI generated and they're like, here's proof. And I'm like, motherfucker, that looks like a cheap CGI fucking generation that somebody posted for their freshman class of computer science. New York Groove is my favorite from them. Ooh. Nah, this one's probably my favorite. Either that or Shout It Out Loud. Detroit Rock City's pretty good too. Detroit Rock City's pretty good. I actually kind of like I Was Made for Loving You. I know a lot of people don't like that song, but I kind of like it. Where you going, Ordine? Where you going, buddy? Oh God, we don't even want to start talking about the people that like made up a story of U.S. Marines, or not Marines, Navy SEALs going to Iraq and finding red-haired giants there and gunning one down and escaping back to the United States with them. Insane. Insane. They're just like, yeah, guys, there's this whole story, and they covered it up, and there's no evidence now because they covered it up so well. That sounds like a false story to me. If there's no evidence at the end of a story, a legend, a myth, or anything, it probably didn't fucking happen. points at the fucking Medan fucking ship story that people still try to pass off as real. Has it shut down their main power plant because of surge jellyfish? That's hilarious. Wait, I want to look that up. France shuts down power plant cause jellyfish. Is there pictures? I want to see pictures. Okay, I found a New York Times article on it. Let's see. One of the largest nuclear plants in Europe partially shut down this week and overwhelmed by gooey and spineless foe, jellyfish. The massive and unpredictable presence of jellyfish forced 3 of the 6 reactors of the Gravelines nuclear power station in northern France to go offline just before midnight on Sunday. According to EDF, the company that operates the plant, a 4th reactor shut down early Monday, the company said. As jellyfish convened in the filter drums of pumping stations in the non-nuclear part of the facility, EDF said in the statements, adding that they had no impact on the safety of the facilities, the safety of personnel, or the environment. The shuttering of the reactors were part of the power plant's safety and protection systems. Companies said that workers are trying to restart the reactors safely. EDF did not immediately return requests for comments. Nuclear power plants often require large volumes of seawater to cool their reactors, said Erica Hindi, a professor of biogeochemical cycles at the University of Bristol in England. Biogeochemical. I have not seen 2 prefixes slammed together like that before. Massive. I'm going to cause massive amounts of war crimes. I'm going to be wanted in every country. Oh, good Lord. The jellyfish yearn for the radiation. Oh, God. Let's see. The plant's intake pipes and screens that prevent debris and marine life from being sucked into these cooling systems, she said, but large swarms of jellyfish can block the screens themselves. Additionally, dead jellyfish can liquefy into a gel and pass through the screens, causing problems deeper in the plant system. That's true. How many of y'all have seen dead jellyfish on the beach and ever poked it with a stick and seen how it falls apart? Leave a little bag of love for you. Oh, Impy, thank you. Makes the shark jellyfish hybrid. Is that like one of those weird posts where people show like the crocoduck and they're like, science has gone too far? I just spit everywhere. That was gross. I'm so sorry. Nature finds a way. Nature will find a way. You never poked a beach jellyfish with a stick, but I grew up landlocked. You still never visited the beach? I think everybody should visit the beach at least once. You see the ocean, and there is a very strong what's the word? Awakening if you've never seen the beach. If you've never just looked out over the ocean or a gigantic body of water and been like, this is nice. I like this. It becomes like unset jello. Yes, pretty much. That's a good way to describe it. Cooling water from the plant located on the edge of the North Sea is used by a commercial farm to help raise fish because it's warmer than the seawater. Warmer water temperatures have also been associated with larger jellyfish populations. Jellyfish are 95% water, but in large swarms, they can cause big problems for nuclear power plants by clogging their cooling intake systems. The issue of jellyfish and power generation disruption remains a global challenge, as blooms of jellyfish are becoming more frequent and widespread due to the factors such as overfishing, climate change, and increased coastal development. Nuclear plants around the globe have been affected by jellyfish swarms. In 2011 alone, jellyfish caused shutdowns at plants in Israel, Japan, and Scotland. In 2013, an invasion of jellyfish paralyzed a reactor in Sweden. That's amazing. I did not know that was a problem. How can I throw a jellyfish at Radia's stream? I think that would be funny. Radia just throws a jellyfish, a record scratch, plays. That'd be hilarious. I visited the ocean once in a school trip to Mexico and eventually moved to Seattle, but a beach jellyfish never presented itself to me. The jellyfish are taking over? I, for one, welcome our gelatinous overlords. I would rather have gelatinous overlords than a fascistic tangerine. That's a good emote. All right, what do we have here? Wait. Huh? Oh no, is this more conspiracy theories? The Smithsonian Museums and their tunnel network are right behind the White House and the Capitol Building's Supreme Court / Library of Congress. Trump decided to conduct a review of the Smithsonian operation the day after he took federal control of DC and deployed the National Guard. Call me a conspiracy theorist all you want, but there's way too much smoke here for there not to be any fire. Trump is up to something. If I remember correctly, yeah, don't all the Smithsonian museums have like tunnels between them so that you don't like have to go up and over the ground? Right? I'm pretty sure they do. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I want to say, I know I have family members that have been to Smithsonian's. I've never been. I'd love to go at some point because I've heard they're great museums. The monarch butterfly is the only orange monarch we should support. I agree, especially because a lot of monarch butterflies breeding grounds are in Texas. I used to, during the summer, whenever I went to college and I would have to drive back north. Oh no, what is this? Hold on, let me finish the story thing. When I would drive between, essentially this is between Corpus Christi and San Antonio on the highway, there's a section where the monarch butterfly basically comes and metamorphosizes a lot, like in swarms. And I remember having to drive through clouds of them. Clouds. I had to stop twice. I had to stop twice in like a 40-mile span to clean my windshield. I felt fucking terrible. I was like, I'm sorry, it's just all over the road. And I had to clean my windshield multiple times. I, for one, welcome our giant bear and overlords. Don't we all wish? Don't we all wish? But hold on. Oh, remember when American taxpayer dollars were used to fund the exhibit on, quote, white culture at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture? Oh, hold on. What is this? Oh, good Lord. NMAAHC. Is that the acronym for National Museum? Yeah, okay. That's the acronym for the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Okay. Hi, Tommy. Why did you censor me? What have I done to deserve this? Why am I being censored? Speaking out against the government? Is that it? Is that it? Have I become a dissident? There probably is a way I could have like boob censor using like items. That'd be kind of funny. Can't let them find you. Baron Gaucher arc. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, chat, if you'll go ahead and pick up the cookbook that I put underneath your desk, will you turn to page 72? No, don't worry about the word anarchist on the front cover. It's totally fine. It's just a cookbook. It's just a cookbook. I can't let them find you. Oh, I'd be pretty easy to find at this point, considering. Exploded. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Not the booms. Also, hi, welcome back, Lucian. Hold on. I want to see what so these are like the flyers. I have the flyers here. Oh, good fucking Lord. That is apparently the lessons that they tried to teach on whiteness and white culture in the United States. It's probably satire, but I think this would be funny to read really quick. Okay. Aspects, actually, hold on. We're going to show this. I'm bringing the screen up. Screen. All right, let's do this. Aspects and assumptions of whiteness and white culture in the United States. I hate this already. White dominant culture or whiteness refers to the way white people and their traditions, attitudes, and ways of life have been normalized over time and are now considered standard practices in the United States. As since white people still hold most of the institutional power in the United States, and we have all internalized some aspects of white culture, including people of color. I already don't like where this is going. Rugged individualism. The individual is the primary unit. Self-reliance. Independence and autonomy highly valued plus rewarded. Individuals assumed to be in control of their environment. You get what you deserve. This is definitely satirical. I don't think this was actually in the Smithsonian. Unless this was something they tried to put in the Smithsonian. There's no way this isn't satirical, though, or somebody taking the piss. Family structure. The nuclear family, father, mother, 2.3 children is the ideal social unit. All right, Timmy, sorry. We got to cut off 0.7 of you. I know that's not true. That's just the fucking replacement percentage. I was in the kitchen and I say, to serve man on the countertop, it looks like a cookbook. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds like a good cookbook. Okay, where were we? Husband is breadwinner and head of household, boo. Wife is homemaker and subordinate to the husband, double boo. Children should have their own rooms, be independent. Who the fuck can afford a house that has at least 3 bedrooms? 1 for both parents and at least 2 for 2 kids. I was lucky my dad was well off and we bought a cheap house that was a fixer-upper that was old as dirt and had 6 bedrooms. 2 of which weren't even used. They were guest rooms, and they were for different sets of grandparents when they came to visit, which was very funny. One of my boys' first wrote, view username, it sees the name that the person looks at, self-identifies the most floating text of their head like an MMO. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I like that. Good mage character that he thinks he's in an MMO. All right. Where were we? Emphasis on scientific method, objective, rational, linear thinking, cause and effect relationships, quantitative emphasis. Okay, the scientific method is not white culture, guys. And they're back. Okay, works for me. I'm dead. We can do that. We can do that. Today's a trypophobia kind of day. Dropkicks a random intern. Why do you keep dropkicking people? Are you trying to be gold ship? Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, good fucking lordy. Okay, here we go. Based on Northern European immigrants' experience in the United States, this is the history, apparently. Heavy focus on the British Empire. Why? The primacy of Western, aka just Greek and Roman, and Judeo-Christian tradition. What? Protestant work ethic. This is definitely taking the piss. Hard work is the key to success. Work before play. If you didn't meet your goals, you didn't work hard enough. It's fun. That's understandable. Never mind. Carry on. Carry on. Oh, God, I hate this. Games don't cause violence. Horses, on the other hand, horses do cause violence. Religion. Oh, boy. Christianity is the norm. Anything other than Judeo-Christian tradition is foreign. No tolerance for deviation from single God concept. Petty. Status, power, and authority. Wealth equals worth. Your job is who you are. Respect authority. Heavy value on ownership of goods, space, and property. Future orientation. Plan for the future. Delayed gratifications. Progress is always better. Tomorrow will be better. Time. Follow rigid time schedules. Time viewed as a commodity. I mean, yeah, kind of. Small eyes gives me the same urge as barnacles. The urge to pull them out. I can agree with that. Wait, everybody's saying hi, Faye. Why don't I see Faye? I don't... Where's Faye? Why don't I see Faye? Hello? Where Faye? What the fuck? Hello? From the up chats? I'm even trying to scroll up to see if I can find Faye. Detroit rock shitty. God damn it. I did not say rock shitty. I like Detroit Rock City. Oh, it's not highlighting things in the regular, in the what is this? Did I miss Faye? No, I don't know why I'm... I think this one was from his first term. Don't know when exactly. I don't know if it was at all or if it's... Because it feels entirely satirical. There's no way somebody could write this seriously, right? Also, hold on a second. All right, sorry. Had to fix my hair because I took a shower 30 minutes before stream. To the African American Museum in 2018. I don't recall seeing that exhibit there. I think this was something that they were either trying to pitch or it's fake. I'm almost certain it's fake, but it is kind of funny. I just wanted to go through it. Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. Aesthetics. Based on European culture. Steak and potatoes. Bland is best. Bullshit. Women's beauty based on blonde, thin Barbie. Man's attractiveness based on economic status, power, and intellect. Holidays based on Christian holidays, based on white history and male leaders. That does seem right. That does seem right. I'm pretty sure this is entirely satirical. Based on, wait, Justice, based on English common law, protect property and entitlements. Ugh. Intent counts? Okay, I guess. Competition. Be number one, win at all costs. Winner loser dichotomy. Action orientation. Master and control nature. Must always do something about a situation. Aggressiveness and extroversion. Decision making. Majority rules. In parentheses, when whites have power. This is definitely satire, but it's definitely a funny thing that somebody tried to pitch it like this. Yeah, this is definitely like satire. Unless somebody made it in the course of like a regular infographic. Let's see if I can find some more on it. Oh wait, no, I want a desk. I want a desk. There we go. There we go. I was gonna say it sounds very much like satire, which I think it is. Oh, and I just scrolled down in the comments. There's literally a person who's like, the museum needs to be demolished. It's pure garbage and propaganda for anti-whiteism. Huh? Oh, a graphic located on the museum's website? Was it really? Hold on, I want to look this up. Let's see. Smithsonian. We'll just do whiteness. Okay, this is Newsweek. That's a Reddit r/change my view. Unveiled guidelines for talking about race. It's real? They had it on their website? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Listen, I figured it wouldn't have been like a whole real exhibit because this was basically just a flyer. But no, apparently this was actually on the website. Can I get... Here, let me see. Is it still there? Can I go to it? Teaching and learning. Okay, I don't know how to get exactly to. Yeah, I don't think it's there anymore. If it is, I think it's like buried behind. I have the website open, but I can't find it anywhere. Can I search? Let's do that. Can I search the page? No. Here, let me get the... What was the title for this thing? Aspects and Assumptions of Whiteness. Okay. Aspects and Assumptions. No. Wait, that is not at all what I clicked. What the fuck? Go back. Oh, here. That's because they need to put it up here instead of the search the collection part. Search the collection will only give me items. Okay. What is Newsweek, by the way? I don't know the lean of Newsweek. Okay, yeah, it looks like they got rid of it at some point, but it was real. It was on the Smithsonian website. We're screaming at people again? Typical first hour of every stream. Publish that shit. I don't know. It feels like it was probably more somebody absolutely taking the piss. Okay, yeah, it was real. Apparently, of course, you know, people got absolutely pissed about it. And then they deleted it and apologized for it, apparently. Okay, I was looking to see why the bench was trending. It's nothing good. But would be interesting to see how the shit got published on the site if the version they published. It was definitely somebody taking the piss. I don't know who it was specifically. I mean, it's not 100% wrong. If you think about the people who like try to act like they're like proud of being white and shit, or proud to be a white American, this is a lot of the stuff that they say or that they try to act like. Bland is better. Bland is better is fucking hilarious. Steak and potatoes. Bland is better. Disgusting. Disgusting. Put some fucking pepper on it. The sheer caucasity. The sheer caucasity. It is very funny though. Mainly because it feels satirical, because it takes honestly kind of exactly what they think it is, and then adds that little bit of like hee-hoo to it, if you get what I mean. When you read things that are purposely trying to be on the nose, that's what this thing reads like. Apparently it was 2018 too when they did this, so it was during Trump's first term. Bye Smithsonian museums. Oh boy. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Okay. Oh, it's French. Damn it. Oh yeah, I can't read that unfortunately. Only administration approved history in museums now. You can only align with the party. You must always support the party. History will align with the party. I eat so bad these days. I have a dream about eating pasta in mushroom sauce. That's the level of no cash I have right now. Listen, sometimes you gotta find solace in things. Damn, I really need to go reread 1984, don't I? I need to go find myself a copy of 19. I could probably go back to that old bookstore and get it for like $4, I'm sure. I'd like to have an old copy of it. French, I can read it. That's no big deal. It's about was it a couple? I think it was a couple that basically had people come in and commit involuntary sexual acts against a person, and they're currently in court. Smithsonian Natural History Museums showing these like they're ancient artifacts. And then it's picture of old phones. I hate to tell this person, but the evolution of a cell phone is very much part of history and a part of categorizing technology. I think people fail to understand what history is. Yeah, because it's the old Motorola Dyna, the basically like brick that you would hold up to your head, a smaller Nokia 402, the Motorola Razr phone, a BlackBerry, and then an iPhone 3G from 2008. Cavemen were using phones then. It bothers me sometimes when people are like, I had that just a couple years ago, and it was like 15 years ago. They're like, that's not history. I experienced that in my life. I'd hate to tell you. You lived through history, baby. You lived through history. Congratulations. The Razr. I had one of those. Weren't they working on remaking the Razr phone? New Razr phone. Okay, it's very much nothing like the old Razr. It just looks like yeah, it's a Motorola touch fold phone. Not a fan. Not a very big fan of this. I don't know. But I don't trust folding touchscreen phones because I feel like they'll break far faster. Far faster. Newer, for fuck's sake. Great gay first ancestor didn't have an iPhone 24 Max Pro Ultra Extreme SE. Jesus. Hi, Flan. Like, actually intellectually deficient, unable to have critical thought. I would love if they made a study on intellect by ideology. That would be, I mean, you could actually look that up. They probably do have that. That sounds like a real study that you could probably find in psychology. Thank you for self-care. I'm almost out of gamer subs. All right, last of the gamer subs that I took to the gym with me. Use code Dark Carnival. I'll slam it shut just a touch too hard and crack the screen. Yeah, I'd probably do something like that too. That's why I have, oh Jesus, almost dropped it. I have a Samsung 21? Galaxy 21, I think. I think that's what this is. And I have no urge to get a new one. If I fucking could, I would probably just keep this phone for like 10 more years. Unless something catastrophic happened to it. Like when I move, I'm probably still going to try to get this phone swapped over to some new provider. Keeps trying to push the new fold phones on me, and I'm like, nope. That's why in our mage game, my character has like a Samsung Z Fold, because I made the joke that she like doesn't really care what kind of phone she has. So she was essentially scammed at the phone store into getting a Z Fold with a brand new plan, because I thought it was funny. So there's kind of a part joke. I think in the last episode we actually had somebody make fun of her for having a Z Fold. It's been a fantastic phone. I've heard there's a limited number of like quote unquote limited number of folds. Wait, is this a real? No, this is AI. This is for sure AI. Yeah, the words that are supposedly on this thing are literally just unreadable. Yeah, that's an AI post. Somebody tried to make a Unabomber joke. Tried to say that they took down the exhibit on the Trump impeachment and replaced it with how Trump's uncle taught the Unabomber at MIT. Anyway, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences. Yes. Tiktaalik deciding to come up on land and eventually, over evolutionary periods, grow legs and survive on land. Arguably the worst decision in history. The unblommer? What do you mean, unblommer? Mowen, hi Fairbanks, how are you doing? Supposedly, but I had the 4 for at least 2+ years and fold it several times a day. Oh, I know. I was gonna say, I remember when they did like the study on it, it was something like a few thousand folds was the point where like the hinge would probably wear out eventually. But even then, I just can't bring myself to get like those fold phones unless I absolutely have to, honestly. I probably would kind of like smaller phones that I could like fold down and fit in my pocket easier. But like right now with my phone, I can literally only fit it in the back pocket of my pants. Unless I'm wearing like shorts that have like larger pockets, like the ones I'm wearing right now, they kind of fit. Eyes, do you want them off now? Do you want the eyes off? Is that what you're asking for? 300,000 supposedly on the new one? Oh, 300,000 folds. Gotcha. It was created. This has made many people very upset. It has been widely regarded as a bad move. Yep. I do need to get better pants. I literally only have a pair of blue jeans and like a few pairs of shorts. That's all I got. I do actually have the pants that y'all bought me like a year ago. That were the like black cross. Oh, what was the brand? I can't remember the name of the brand. Basically, they were black jeans that have like textured, like kind of gothic crosses on them. My butt is not big enough for them. They are slightly too big. They fit my waist, but the rest does not look good, so I can't really wear them yet. Time to go to the gym and do leg day and then eat a bunch of fatty foods. Gonna hold my phones now. I can't believe this pocket BS. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, what is this? Oh, good Lord. Executive Order 14,253, restoring truth and sanity to American history. We will be leading a comprehensive internal review of selected Smithsonian museums and exhibitions. This initiative aims to ensure alignment with the President's directive to celebrate American exceptionalism, remove divisive or partisan narratives, and restore confidence in our shared cultural institutions. All right, kids, who's ready to see the head of buffalo skulls, or the mound of buffalo skulls removed from textbooks?
Shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom.
No. Americans didn't almost wipe out the American bison for the purpose of completely starving out almost every Plains indigenous tribe. It was totally to control the population because they were out of control. Yes, that was the reason. That was totally the reason. Had his name listed under impeached presidents. I mean, it'd be fucking funny. He was twice. Yeah, exactly. He's denouncing historical revisionism. Correct. Let me see. What else? It goes on. This review is a constructive and collaborative effort, one rooted in respect for the Smithsonian's vital mission and its extraordinary contributions. Our goal is not to interfere with day-to-day operations of curators or staff, but rather to support a broader vision of excellence that highlights historical, accurate, uplifting, and inclusive portrayals of America's heritage, not Americans' heritage. Hold on. Okay, this person's bringing up the connected networks of tunnels between all of the Smithsonian museums under the National Mall. I mean, when it comes to most museums too, just in case y'all didn't know this, chat, most major museums like the Smithsonian and larger ones have a very tiny percentage of their collection on display at any given time. And I mean like tiny. Let's see, how big is the Smithsonian's collection? Smithsonian's collection size. It's there are 145.8 million specimens and objects as part of the National Museum. This is just the National Museum of Natural History. Smithsonian collection on the floor. 21 museums, 21 libraries, 14 educational and research centers, a zoo. Oh, what else was there? It cut off, so I can't see everything. A zoo, historical and architectural landmarks, mostly located in Washington, D.C., including additional facilities in Maryland, New York, and Virginia, and more than 200 institutions and museums in 47 states. Puerto Rico and Panama are Smithsonian affiliates. Institution publications include the Smithsonian, as well as Air and Space magazines. History museums are out of fashion. Propaganda houses are where it's at. Ugh. I want to know. Let me see. Apparently it's 99%. Apparently it's roughly 99% of the Smithsonian's entire collection is actually not on display. So just kind of imagine that. Just imagine going through the entirety of some of the largest museums in the world, and then remember that 99% of their historical collection is behind closed doors. Fun fact, chat, you can actually, at most major museums, if there's a particular piece that you want to see, or you're a researcher doing some research on things, you can actually call them up and schedule an appointment to view an item that is not currently on display in the museum. Wouldn't put it past them with all the BS they're currently pulling. Ooh. Yep. So the Cheeto Man's making Smithsonian propaganda exhibits. I mean, this is a lot of museums that you would have to rewrite. You ever see Night Museum 2 with the rich immortal douche canoes? Was that the one? Or was that the first one? Try this at the Tank Museum. I'm literally in a tank and you're not. You ever seen the only MiG-15 that the United States has flown over Washington, D.C.? That shit would be hilarious. That shit would be hilarious. Hold on. Let me find it. American MiG-15. Let me find the picture for it. It's at the Air Force Museum. Here it is. Here's the picture of it at the museum. New tab, pretty please. All right. Screen time. All right. Say hello to the only MiG-15 in the U.S.'s collection. Brought to you by Rolls-Royce. Fantastic. Brought to you by a pilot that defected to North Korea in order to, he basically just defected. The U.S. had put a bounty out on getting their hands on a MiG-15. He was not aware of it. He just defected from Soviet Russia to North Korea. And the U.S. was able to get their hands on this MiG-15. Apparently, the one test pilot, which I believe is one of the ones pictured here, I'm pretty sure, during the one test flight of it, if anybody doesn't know, the MiG-15 had a problem of essentially spiraling out during flights and plummeting. And the test pilot who used it pulled so hard on the flight stick to pull it out of its dive that he physically bent the flight stick. You can, if you could get a view inside the cockpit, it is still in there. The bent flight stick is still in the, yes, North Korea. The MiG-15 made its first appearance, if I remember correctly, during the Korean War. Shit, speaking of museums, Baron, do you know of the Bone Museum in New York? Bone Museum in New York. I don't think so. New York Bone Museum. Okay, that's kind of sick. That's the, what is that? What's that one exhibition that goes around like Europe and major American cities where it's like Body Works? That's it. Body Works. Hey kids, want to see a dead body? Fun fact, these are human beings. Body Works actually takes donated specimens and disassembles them for the purpose of anatomical study and presentation to humanity as a way to understand how the human body works and moves. The one I went to had a bunch of fetuses. That's not all that surprising. Hey, look, testes. Anyway. Release of, oh, I know, yeah, Annie's video is fucking awesome. Here, real quick. Let me, let's find it real quick. I watched it, actually. That's why I know this. I was also watching his other one, the one on Could Germans Win the Battle of Britain? Here, we'll just go to his page. Share. Copy. Yeah, go watch that. It's hilarious. I need to catch up on a lot of Annie's videos. But yeah. MiG-15. Cool plane. Dangerous. It was very funny listening to the construction of how the MiG-15 came to be. I don't want to spoil too much of it, but there was a very funny point where they found out why all the MiG-15s had a spiraling problem. And I highly recommend going to see it. Going to watch that video. If you need background noise when you're doing other things, that's the one you want to listen to. All right. Desk time. Desk time. While I also set up words on stream. All right. Because we got about 40 seconds until the ad break. Speaking of aircrafts in history, I learned that last month the U.S. accidentally crashed a B-25 into the Empire State Building. Did it? Oh my God. I think I've seen pictures. Okay, here we go. July 28th, 1945, a B-25 Mitchell bomber of the United States Army Air Forces accidentally crashed into the north side of the Empire State Building in New York City while flying in thick fog. The crash killed 14 people, 3 crewmen, and 11 people in the building. An estimated 24 others were injured. Damage caused by the crash was estimated at $1 million, aka $17 million as of 2024. But the building's structural integrity was not compromised. It's actually kind of crazy. Hold on, what does the B-25 look like? B-25 Mitchell. That's a pretty big plane to slam into a building and not bring it down. Granted, it's no passenger liner or anything, but it is still huge. I was gonna say, you said this was a bomber. They're usually pretty fucking big. A lot flatter after the crash. Yeah, this is basically, if you want to picture this, it's one of those ones that has like the big glass dome cockpit and the glass nose. Energy squares speed. That's true. They probably weren't flying very fast, especially in fog. So accidental crash, slow flying in fog is very different from intentional hard flying into objects. 5060 sightseers were on the 86th floor observation deck when the crash happened. 14 people were killed. Lieutenant Colonel William Franklin Smith Jr. All right, hold on. It's commercial time, so we got to take a brief break. And we'll do words on stream today. Words! All right, kids. I'm going to go back to my playlist. There we go. There we go. Also, might have just clipped the building, not straight into it. I hadn't heard of this before. Well, there's a lot of historical events in U.S. history that you don't get generally taught. Like, you know, that there's probably still a nuclear warhead still off the coast of South Carolina. Or the multiple number of times that Black people went off to try and be successful on their own. And instead of letting them, they were just razed to the ground either by the National Guard or by bombs. Yeah, Tulsa. Tulsa, Oklahoma, baby. Plane embedded in the side of the building. Oh no, it hit it dead on. I can see the framework of the glass canopies. It hit it dead on right into the building. Despite the damages and deaths, the building was open for business on many floors the next Monday morning, less than 48 hours later. After the debris had been cleared away, Arm & Hammer purchased the damaged 78th floor, refurbished it, and made it the headquarters of his United Distillers of America. The crash spurred the passage of the long-pending Federal Tort Claims Act, which was signed into law by Harry S. Truman in August 1946, initiating retroactive provisions into the law and allowing people to sue the government for the accident. Oh my God. July 24th, 1946, 4 days after the anniversary of the crash, another aircraft narrowly missed striking the building. The unidentified twin-engine plane, described as bearing no military insignia, flew past the 68th floor, startling workers and tourists. Huh. Oh, and then here's other examples. 1946, 40 Wall Street plane crash, the convent crash. LL Flight 1862, September 11th attacks, 2002 Tampa Cessna 172 crash, 2002 Pirelli Tower airplane crash, 2005 Iranian Air Force C-130 crash, 2006 New York City Cirrus SR-20 crash, 2010 Austin suicide attack, Wichita Air King crash. Hold on, Austin? Andrew Joseph Stack III deliberately crashed a single-engine Piper Dakota plane into Building 1 of the Echelon office complex in Austin, Texas, killing himself and IRS manager Vernon Hunter. I ain't paying taxes. Wait, that's fantastic. Kind of. Horrifying, but funny in its own little demented way. Housed an IRS field office occupying the top 3 floors, along with a couple of private businesses on the first floor. Prior to the crash, Stack had posted a suicide note to his website expressing his disillusionment with corporations and government agencies such as the IRS. Stack is also suspected of having set fire that morning to his 2-storied North Austin house, which was mostly destroyed. In the aftermath, there were increased debate on the policies of the IRS and different forms of protest. In response to the attack, the IRS spent more than $38.6 million, with $6.4 million spent to recover and resume work on the building, and over $32 million spent to increase security of other IRS sites in the U.S. An official audit would later determine that the review was badly mismanaged and extremely inefficient. The building was repaired by December 2011. I had never heard of this. I think it's very funny, though. This man's name was Joseph Stack, and he worked as an embedded software consultant. Despite the severity of the crash, one elevator operator, Betty Lou Oliver, survived a 75-story fall down an elevator shaft. I'm sorry, what? Is that back on the Empire State Building one? Where are you going, Gannon? I'm sorry, I didn't see you. That's what they call aptronym? I don't aptronym? Dinosaur. Person's name is regarded as amusingly appropriate to their occupation. That's hilarious. I have never heard that word before. That is very funny. That's like finding out your last name is Cobbler and you make shoes. Or roads. Skyscraper fire. Oh, these are all the buildings, skyscrapers that have ever caught fire. Oh, good Lord, that is a list. All right, hold on. What is this? The Wichita King. Wait, is this? No. Is this the Sky King one? No. No, this is different. This is not Sky King. Arkansas. Flight was cleared by control tower to fly a runway heading and climb to 5,000 feet altitude. What did it do? Serial number BB1686, manufactured 2000. No. The pilot, sole occupant of the aircraft, was 53-year-old Mark Goldstein, a retired air traffic controller from Wichita, who held a valid Federal Aviation Administration's second-class medical certificate. Investigators determined he had at least 3,139 total flight hours, of which 2,843 were in multi-engine airplanes. What did he crash into? Seconds after liftoff, the pilot reported, "And tower, just declaring an emergency. We just lost the left engine." The aircraft made several oscillations in altitude, then began a turn to the left, climbing slowly. The Beechcraft continued turning left, missing the top of the hangar on the west side of the runway with marginal clearance. At 9:48, with the landing gear extended and a 29-degree slip left, the aircraft impacted the northeast corner of the FSI building at 92 knots, killing the pilot and 3 people in the building. Flight duration from liftoff to impact was 26 seconds, with the aircraft reaching a maximum altitude of 120 feet. Oh. The 3 people killed in the building were trapped inside one of the several flight simulators installed at the facility. The impact and fire destroyed much of the aircraft, and the FSI building sustained fire and structural damage. Did those 3 people get cooked alive inside an aviation simulator? That sucks.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it led to a lot of modern aircraft safety stuff. A lot of those building crashes and everything. Stole a passenger. That's Sky King. He took it for one joyride. Do we need to find Sky King? Here, Sky King. Sky King. That's the Nope, that's not it. No, I don't want the 2018. Sky King 2018. 2018 Horizon Air Bombardier Q400 incident. Stolen from Seattle Tacoma International Airport by 28-year-old Richard Russell, a Horizon Air ground service agent with no piloting experience. After Russell performed an unauthorized takeoff, 2 McDonnell Douglas F-15 Eagle fighters were scrambled to intercept the aircraft. SeaTac Aircraft Traffic Control made radio contact with Russell, the sole occupant, who described himself as just a guy and broken guy, got a few screws loose, I guess. About an hour and 15 minutes after takeoff, Russell successfully executed a barrel roll before crashing the aircraft on the sparsely populated Ketchikan Island in the Puget Sound. There were no injuries or fatalities in the surrounding area except for Russell, who was pronounced dead at the scene. It was apparently, accordingly, his entire intention to commit suicide after a joyride. On air disaster, I highly recommend Disaster Breakdown. We're not going to do videos today. We're going to get to Heartworm shortly. This is just all of the various side tangents we've had today. Green Dot Aviation. We respect Sky King, okay? We respect Sky King in this house. Man went out on his own terms. He tried his best. I know there's some quotes here and there. That's a video. I wanted some of the quotes from the radio contact, but oh, here it is. I got a lot of people that care about me, and it's going to disappoint them to hear that I did this. I would like to apologize to each and every one of them. Just a broken guy, got a few screws loose, I guess. Never really knew it until now. The fucking t-shirts, fly it like you stole it. Oh my god. Amazing. Amazing. Sky King 2018, baby. Legend. Yeah, apparently like they were in contact with each other. And he told him that he has like no plans on doing harm to anybody, all this other stuff. And when he started doing tricks before, we'll call it his final approach, they peeled off and just kind of let him do it. They never launched on him. I think they did lock onto him at some point. Oh goodness, who are you? But that is a no, I just realized somebody followed me that has an interesting name and design. But Anyway, do small airplanes have RWRs? I do not know. I don't know nearly enough about aviation to answer that question. Probably not, though, I would imagine. So, like, you probably wouldn't know. Gannon! Are you just leaving? Oh, no, you did. You were leaving then, too. Your pants were just around your ankles. I'm gonna say, are you just leaving over and over today? Is that what today is? You think they'll let me have my job when I land it? Christ. Oh, wait a second. I don't know why. I was about to say, I feel like we haven't listened to this song in a while. Okay. All right, chat. Are we ready to play Heartworm? We ready to get to Heartworm? Last time we were stuck and we need to do some exploring to figure out like the next part. Don't punch the interns. We're not paying them enough to deal with that. That's true. Throws Nokia at 3310. Is Ganon stuck in a time loop? I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, goodness. Wait, what is this? I don't get it. I don't think it's anything. Just somebody's personal art. Okay. Oh, that's Tommy posting boob again. Ah, yes. Tommy's posting boob again. Everybody's favorite pastime. All right. Let me go ahead and get the game up and running. Actually, hold on. Why do I have so many notifications? Okay, none of them are DMs. That's good. Also, Discord is broken and has a fucking hover thing for some reason. Go away! Go away! Discord keeps fucking breaking on me recently, where like if I hover a Discord server, it will like highlight it. It'll give you like that window that tells you like what the name of the server and stuff is. And then it's frozen there and it won't go away. I hate it. I hate it. Hi, Yaya. How are you doing? Yaya Wawa. All right. That's like the third time it's done it in the past week. Just exploding now? Is that what we're doing? Just boom? Oh, hi, Coco. All right, let me change the category. This is important. Heartworm. Boom. Boom. I'll get the game open. Discord needs to write the Holy Scripture another 10,000 times. Thou shalt not touch the legacy code. Oh no. All right. All right, where's my mouse? There it is. Hold on, I'm working on it. I'm working here. Heartworm. Okay. Now we can swing over. Boo. Song just ended. Okay. Up. Why is it so quiet? Thank you, cool. Why is it so quiet? Whoa. 28. 128. Make it 5 and you have a deal? Is it? I don't think it's too quiet. Okay. Gives me such Nancy Drew book cover vibes. I can see that. I can see that really easily. All right, where are we? Okay. Oh, hi. Map. So we're here. We got, last time we got the crowbar. So we need to, I think we need to find something to do with the crowbar. Okay, she's already sprinting. Hi! Hello? I imagine because we like removed boards before, we're probably gonna find like more boards. So I kind of gotta pee, but I want to try to wait it out till the next commercial break. Oh, that's a dead end. Turn around. Turn around. I don't know where that other thing is. Oh, hi, you're right there. Is there anything this way? Again, fixed cameras are really fucking weird. Maybe we have to go check somewhere else. Oh God, what is that? What do I have in my inventory right now? 2 medkits, 21 shots, and okay, hold on. We can actually do that. Okay. Okay. Hi, Darkbreaker. Welcome in. Hello. Looks like I might be able to open it. Oh. Oh. Can't use that here. Is it? Oh, camera? Cutscene. I don't like this. And there's spider webs everywhere. Just throw the crowbar. Can I use this as a melee weapon? Just stand there looking around. I just realized they gave her shirt creases on the low poly model. Tomb Raider meets Silent Hill vibes with this one. I can see it. I don't like that. It still feels really quiet. Oh! Spider. I know this game has an arachnophobia mode. I kind of want to know what the spider looks like on arachnophobia mode. Burn it! Burn it! Best I can offer is taking a lot of pictures. Yeah, best I can offer is a lot of pictures. Ow, Jesus. Well, at least we have the burst mode mod. This is just gonna drop it, isn't it? Really? Roll, bitch, roll! Oh. Oh, no. Okay. I hope there's ammo and shit here. Oh, there's ammo over there. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I'm supposed to hit right click first. Oh, god damn it. Gib. Hold on a second, chat. Coco's staring at me. I'm gonna let her outside really quick. How's you tonight? I'm doing pretty good. Give me just a second. Oh, sorry, Coco. I bumped her butt with the door and she screamed, no! Oh no. All right. Oh, hello. Where did it go? Oh no, oh Jesus. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I can't get away fast enough from these things. How bad's my health? Caution. I think we're still fine. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Get up. It's fine. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that was pretty good. We got a lot of hits in on that one, I think. Uh-oh. Oh my god. There's no, like, dodge button, so... Oh, damn it. Alright, hold on. We gotta go pick up some stuff. Yeah, I figured that there was gonna be the gas spiders. Fuck you! You'll never take me! Oh, hi. Oh, God! I want to get this camera stuff over here. Oh, that still got me? That's stupid. Give me this ammo. Let's also do... We're pretty good right now. This thing doesn't seem to do a lot of damage. What the hell? Oh, Jesus. Get up. I can't see you. You just rushed me, dude. Oh my god. Alright, let's use one of these other ones. Get up. I don't like this angle. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, we're back on the spiders. Fuck you! Yeah, I'm not gonna get away from those fast enough. Stop it! Oh, hi! I like this angle the best. Burn, damn you! Missed. Oh, I missed. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, we got it. Defeat the spider achievement. Yay. Category Martha. Didn't we change the category? I could have swore I did. Did I not hit finish? I don't think I hit finish. Paper. All right, hold on. No, I did change the category. You may just need to refresh. spider. Spider hiding in the corner. Super fucking normal. I ain't afraid of no spider. Oh, it's a clock. Migraine time. This game still feels really quiet. Hold on. I'm going to turn it up on OBS and here. Okay. Walter. Clock, shut up! Your rolling paper? You were going to use the neighborhood paper? How could you? Also, hold on. I want to go see. So we got the neighborhood paper, but real quick, I want to get the photo we found. Photo. This photo. Oh, whoops. Kind of need that. Okay, go back. Here. All the text letters look like nothing I've seen before. Can't do anything with it. Is there somewhere else I put them? So this was the way to the neighborhood before. Wait, what was just over here? Oh, this door. I don't think... Picture frame. Screen above it does? I can't do anything with it other than stare at it right now. I thought I was gonna have to do something like put the pages into the book here, but... No, maybe I can. Hold on, let me see. Do it this way. Oh! Alright, then could I do anything with this? Can't be used here. Okay, then. We'll go ahead and put that back in the box, then. We got plenty of ammo for a long while. Let's go ahead and do the combine thing, though. Alright. Nothing? Wait a second. Don't mind if I do. Did that open because we did the other chess puzzle? That's weird. We failed this one. And it's reset. Oh, we need to save. I'm pretty sure this computer's a save spot, right? Yeah, it is. Alright. Where are the hearts and the worms? We'll see. I'm curious if we'll get like a literal uppies. No uppies. You've been bad. No uppies for Ganon.
There's our man. There's our boy.
Ganon gets no uppies. Bell tower things. Boo. Alright. What are we going to find here? A door? It looks like a door. With a wall? Wallpaper wall. Is that water? It looks like water. More cutscenes! That is a thick as shit door, dude. Jesus. Oh, we're outside. It's bright. Oh, that's weird. There's another one of those walls over there. Okay. What's in the glasses? Is in the heart of the worm? Could be. Worm with a Y. Worm. Please don't be a standing deer. Please don't be a standing deer. Please don't be a standing deer. A dragon, where? Enter the wilderness. How heavy the days are, Herman Hesse. How heavy the days are, there's not a fire that can warm me. Not a sun to laugh with me, everything bare, everything cold and merciless, and even the beloved clear starts looking desolately down, since I learned in my heart that love can die.
My grandfather used to take me hiking here as a kid. I kept coming on my own
I
after he
swear I
passed.
recognize this voice from somewhere.
It was a grounding experience.
The god's gonna get a
Something to
dragon?
get
Oh,
me out
good
of my own
lord.
head. My memories here are good, for the most part, but I
Welcome to
stopped hiking
Devil's
here
Den?
after some bad ones.
Yeah. Alright, can we go in this door? Oh? Okay. Can I get a map from this thing, maybe? Survey the stars. Cetus. Ancient Greek sea monsters known as Cetus were terrifying abominations, sometimes described as serpents with the head of a boar, other times as whale-like creatures with wide, massive tails. All descriptions of them imply their size was behemoth, larger than the largest ships, their heads alone spanning over an estimated 50 meters. Good lord. Why is that here? Oh. Constellation, you say? Triangle, trapezoid, pentagon? We'll see. We'll see if that becomes relevant. Who parks like this? Who parks like this? Oh. Ooh. What if... I'm getting squirrel stapler vibes for some reason. Beamsh! I see. Oh, it jumps. Ooh. Hold on, cabin first. The fuck is that? Is that a Pooh Bear? Oh, is that a Pooh Bear? Oh, it is pathing here. Hold on, can I kill you? Wait, I don't have my camera equipped. Oh, I failed that one. Okay, what was that? 3? Bowen is in the Cascadian wilderness. Get out of the woods? No! Mine. Now I was pacing all the way down here. All right, cabin first. Locked with an old padlock. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, hello. More film, don't mind if I do. All the film in the world. Did you make these dogs, Gannon? Did you make these dogs? Hello? Oh, hold on. I see you. Antiseptic? Sure, why not? We got a lot of space now since we got that camera bag. That seems to be it down here, I think. Is this something that we can, like, get across? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. We also don't have a map, right? Oh, we do have a map. Okay, then. And that switch is evidently important. I wonder if there's like multiple switches? I don't know, there's another one of these things across the river, but camera angles and all that. Hello? Oh, there's another switch. Okay. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, I see it. I hear it walking. I don't see it. Hold on. Can I go behind the waterfall? I got plenty of ammo. Let's see. Can I take a... No, nothing. Is it stuck? It sounds like it's stuck. Ooh, okay. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, yeah, so there's stuff we missed there, which is, I think, the cabin mostly. What are you? Oh! I missed that. Excuse me. Oop, I see that. Can I... Okay, that works. Nice. Okay. So we now know there's also bad statues. Like that one. Hi. It didn't work. I like the mushrooms on her too. That works. Okay then. I said this is a fork, but... Oh. Oh, that's me. Okay. I thought that was somebody else. Oh, hey, there's
I remember coming to
a
this
town?
lookout.
Andromeda, known tragically for its being laid forth as sacrifice to the gods by her mother Cassiopeia. Her unfortunate story is a classic example of the lack of agency humanity has in history and the grander scheme of the universe. Through no doing of her own, she went from being forced to marry her uncle to being chained to the rocks for her mother's mistakes, and finally forced to marry Perseus after he saved her from Cetus. Leg.
On a field trip to learn
Y
about the
shape.
stars. At first, the vastness of it all was
Say there's Cetus. So I'm guessing we have to find and like identify all of these. Oh. Jesus, that noise. Okay, so it looks like we may have to... Well, Perseus. These were all mentioned. Hydra wasn't. Pisces wasn't. Hercules was not. Cepheus was not. But that doesn't seem to do anything.
scary.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
As I got older, it became reassuring.
More
Our
knives!
existence,
And beans.
improbable as
Not
it
beans.
is, seemed to me like a miracle
Beans.
in itself. But that wonder faded over time. These days, I don't feel the same about the stars or anything, really.
What is that emote? Alright, what is this thing? It doesn't seem like I can interact with it. Alright, let's go snooping. Overlook. That's the cabin. That's the cabin door. We have all of this all the way back here too that we still need to check out. Jesus, this area, dude. This looks like a power plant that we're heading into. Oh, son of a bitch. All right, come here. Oh! Rusty chain wrapped around the handle, still too strong to break with my bare hands. All right, come here. That didn't work. That also didn't work. Thank you. That's fine. We still got 12 in it. Wait, what's our health at? Caution. Here we go. All right, what do we have? A lot of directions, but it looks like we can't. I think the flesh is what's like being powered here. Oh, wait. Do y'all see that in there? You can see the control panel here. When I stand back here, there's 2 of them on. Out of like 15? What the fuck? Oh, hey. Oh. Oh, okay. It just takes us all the way down the cliff. Boat? No, not boat. Not boat yet. Go this way. Oh, another one of those angel things. Okay, so that'll take us all the way back to the wilderness. That's good, actually. That's really good to know. So... we'll just try to run past this lady for now. Yeah, it seems like they have like really limited sight. Hearing. Oh! I did not expect them to be that big, that close. Hello? Dead ends, of course. Needs to be another one in here that's just scared. Oh, there's ammo in there. And a motherfucking possum. And yes, I do hear that wolf walking. Actually, that sounds much worse. Poor Joe, I remember finding her just like this in the woods one day. That's why I stopped coming here. There was a buck standing over her as if in mourning. Doesn't this one have antlers? I wonder what happened to him. Didn't she just say buck, or did I read it wrong? Okay, let's go look over here. Oh, that's the room we'd already went in. I got turned around. And I know there's the motherfucking wolf out. Oh my god, that's not the direction. Why? Where are you, you rat bastard? Where are you? All 3 directions go somewhere else. Are you serious? Oh, hello. Another antiseptic? Sure. I clicked on something. Fuck you. Okay, I guess I can't actually go that way. Hello. But at least we got rid of the footsteps that I was hearing, so... makes me think that there's other stuff. Wait, did we look back? First, you can... okay, that's the way we just went. Go this way. Dead end? Haven't? Yeah, okay. So, this way, this way, this way. Go this way. And then afterwards we'll go straight. Looks like an actual direction, so... oh. Ooh, hello, switch. Okay, yeah, that's just... there's gonna be 15 of these? I'm gonna be mighty upset if that's the case. Alright, let's go check this way. Okay, bye. I should probably be actually reading these signs. Oh, Cassiopeia. Can I, oh no, I can't read the signs. They're just dressing. Survey the stars, Cassiopeia. Andromeda's mother, the queen of Ethiopia, has a mysterious past. She is most known for her claims that she and her daughter Andromeda were far more beautiful than the naiads of the sea. Oh, nereids of the sea. Her hubris and vanity brought Poseidon to invoke the wrath of the sea monster Cetus on the kingdom of Ethiopia. Consulted a sage who foretold that the only way to subside Poseidon's wrath was to give her daughter as sacrifice. Left without options as her kingdom continued to be battered by the sea, she chained Andromeda to the rocks and offered her to Cetus. Okay. Oh, good lord. Christ. Okay, this is part of the fork that we came to. Let's go this way first. Wait. No, wait, this will take us to the fork, to the original fork, so we don't need to go this way. Huff, 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 huff. Bridge! Alright. Hello? Oh, it's down there. A key? Oh, and a bookcase. That probably means the save room is down there. Wait. Oh, we crossed the bridge and we're back in the wilderness. Okay. So I think this key is going to be... this is the part that we saw. Give me the key. Water milky. Okay, I was right. Go do a save. And I lied. I'm not... Also, Drawgrim, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm not going to be able to wait until the commercial break to run to the bathroom. I really need to go. So let me save, and then I'm going to run to the bathroom. This one. Okay. A short visit. It was lovely to hang out for a bit. Well, thank you, Dark. We're here almost every day of the week. Well, 4 days out of the week, and then we're over on Friends on Friday and Sunday. Not this Sunday, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll do a commercial break. I will give y'all words. I just realized they're not there. Hold on a second. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Browser source. Already existing. Words on stream. Because apparently, I never made it on this scene. My own interface for this game is like confusing me. Okay, there we go. That's big enough. All right, guys. I'm gonna run a commercial break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I will give you all the music. I'll mute the game audio too. So let me do that. And run ad break. And I'll be back in a minute. All right, that was basically perfect. Jesus, I kind of nailed that one. I saw the 3, 2, 1 as I came back. All right, where am I? Hello? Hello? All right. Well, y'all do this round. I'm just gonna, I don't know, spin? Let's just spin. Whee! I can't do the fast spin because my mouse wheel is not great. Anyway. My legs really do. I crossed the whole stream, dude. I crossed the whole stream. Oh, well. Legs for days, baby. Legs for days. Anyway. Am I? Out here. I'm like 2/3 legs. I'm 2/3 legs. That's fine. That's fine. Totally fine. 65. Maybe. Shizuka Loader, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? What are you looking at, Ganon? What are you looking at? What's the problem? Do we have an issue? Gotta give us that playlist at some point. It's my like song playlist. I don't think I can give it out. Y'all failed. How could you? How could you, chat? How could you? All right. Back to my gaming corner. Back to my gaming corner. I don't even play. I know you don't, Ordain. You don't like playing games, apparently. You play the commercial games. Raggle fraggle. Anyway. All right. Oh, I just realized I didn't turn it down. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What are you waiting at, Sunstar? Is it because you failed at the game? Because you failed at the game? All right. Heartworm. We'll just leave it as is. All right. I still don't know what the cigarettes are for. Really don't. Is it to burn bodies? Are we gonna find out that, like, the statues can just kind of reassemble themselves? Wait a second. Okay, no, that's not a direction we can run. All right, let's go. We'll go to the mill house. Let's go to the mill house, which I'm pretty sure was this way. Welcome to Devil's Den. Pretty sure this was like the closest way. Yeah, this is a very large area for nothing you can explore. Although it kind of makes me think that maybe like this is gonna be the boss fight area for this area. I honestly don't know. All right, watermill. Now that plant wolf thing better not have gotten up again. They do seem to Okay, no, that's the other one. Yeah, that's the other one. Done with it? Yes. Let me in. Hello? Watermill poem. Curate a memoir absolute while those you love don't ever have a chance to read it. Ebb along with time, in the end we all become the tide. Give way to what will keep you fully youthful, undefeated. Don't ever let them make you say goodbye. Ebb along with time, in the end we all become the tide. Forged in a world without reason or rhyme. What are you? Oh. Okay, so I'm guessing we have a song? Oh, no, it's playing. Hold on, go back. I was looking to see if that red key was something important, like it was actually going to play it and we had to watch it. Oh, hello. Oh, I didn't get it. Alright, got it that time. I don't like those noises! Okay. Can I examine any of these? There's no way I have to play this. Could it be something else? Okay, it only let me go so far. It just plays something when we listen to it, but I don't think that's what I'm supposed to play. I don't know if that's just basic audio or if that's what we're supposed to try and play. No, I don't think that's right. Okay, maybe we'll find something later. Yeah, I think we'll find something later. So, okay, so there's the clock there. That's the way from the boat. Okay, I'm pretty sure that door right there, is the one we came in on, so I don't think I need to think about that one too much. Okay, so our goal is to get back to here. We'll actually go backwards, and then we'll just go across the bridge. That's the easiest part. Ordained biting you is a mercy? It kind of is. There's worse fates when it comes to Ordain. Ordain is short. Ordain is short. Ordain just little guy. Just little guy scampering around. It's so weird that it does the door thing there. Can't quite figure out why. Okay, we're good. I was just looking at her ammo and her health. Ganon!
Of course it's off-leash dogs.
Oh, hi!
Can't escape them, even.
Fuck you. Ow. You'll never take me alive, Buster. Okay. That worked out. All right, let's get back to moving. I imagine that was just kind of triggering an event that we missed because we came from the other direction. Is what I'm thinking that was. All right. More! Excuse me, pardon me. Let's go right. Hello? Oh, it's not, that doesn't look like a switch. Hexagon-shaped hole, no way to interact with it. Okay. I guess we'll go see what's down here. Before we, I don't know, do something? Block the dam maybe so that it stops pouring water down here? Because it looks like there's a staircase going down. Book. And ammo. Journal entry 3. If there was any doubt in my mind that this is not the afterlife, this has been laid to rest. It's useless to try to figure out what this place is, though. I have to use everything I have just to keep going. Whatever these monsters are, they're relentless, and that thing guarding the tome page almost took me out for good. If I see one thing for certain, it's that Mom isn't here. That doesn't matter anymore, though. I have to escape, and I'm not hopeful about my chances. This place isn't giving up either. Okay. Hello? Oh. All right, we're going back. Never mind, there was actually a connection there. Interesting. It changed from what it was before. How's the game going? I'm enjoying this game. It's kind of neat. It's very retro. Like almost painfully so at this point. The weird thing is though, is I'm half expecting like a squirrel stapler reference or something to happen. Are you wormin'? I do be wormin'. It's in terms of wormin, this is a heartworm. We're traumatizing ourselves. Re-traumatizing ourselves? Oh, good lord. And remembering why they got rid of stationary camera games. Lead in your blood? It's normal. Huh? Oh. We found the hearts! The dark heart of the woods, grotesque and petrified, lays hidden from the world, a shell of what's inside. But if nature's bounty lends its soul, a heaven's power makes it whole. Those who search will no doubt see the present, past, and what will be. Okay. Oh, you were alive. Okay then. Flip switch. There we go. Hello. Gigantic heart wedged between the roots of the tree, like they grew together. It's not beating, there are tendrils, veins maybe, sprouting out both sides deep into the forest. Seems to be connected to this mechanism and something is stuck inside. It doesn't seem like there's any way to operate it. Okay, okay, so I think we need to go find some other things. So we know Cassiopeia. Yeah, let's try and go back to the whoops. Oh, where is it? Oh, look. So we need to go to the fork, it looks like.
All this beauty, fed by decay. I can never look at it the same again.
Why? That's how nature works. There's beauty in death. In the endless cycle of things being... Worm! That's a worm. With some really powerful camera to break rock? I agree. Alright, yeah, this is where one of the other statues was. And then we gotta go up here. This way. Wait, right? Yeah, okay, there's only the 3 directions. This takes us to the outlook. All right, let's see. Oh, that was weird. Cetus, Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, Perseus, Andromeda. Hydra's not relevant, I don't think. Neither of these. Didn't we do this? Isn't this it? Or is like every single one mentioned? But there's no Poseidon or Neptune. How does this puzzle work? Andromeda. Maybe we don't need Perseus? There we go. What the fuck is that? It looks like a bike pump or something. Blood kits? Okay, do we go to the heart? Or do we go to the deer that's here? Heart, deer. We'll try the heart first. So we can just go... Yeah, we'll go back to the fork. This way. This way. Blood kit! Everybody's favorite. What was the one game? Oh, it was Dune recently that I played where it was like, yeah, the best way to get water in this world is to steal people's blood that you kill and convert it into drinkable water. We gotta go this way. Yeah, we'll go see if we can stab the heart. If not, we'll try to go back to the deer. Excuse me, pardon me. Places to be, things to do, you know. Blood. Blood, yes, blood. Out of water, next best thing is blood. Okay, let's see. Don't need to use that right now. Make sure I'm fully looking at it. Okay, let's go try the deer then. If it's not the deer for this, then we'll go to the electrical station, which I think we can get to deer. Yeah, okay. The next one on the our right, character's right. They come with a free straw too? Not really. How many people have been playing the new Dune game? Did anybody play the new Dune game? Dune Awakens or Awakening? Something like that? I tried playing it and I didn't really have anybody to play it with. And I tried to go do like some of the dungeon stuff and I kept fucking dying and it was just insufferable. And I got really frustrated. This way. Okay. Okay, this is the same thing. Can I use you? Yes, I can. Wait, did that work? Oh, yeah, it did. Wait, is there something right there? Outside? Is that just audio broken? Doom? No. Dune. Dune Awakening, I think? Pretty much impossible to play. Yeah. Okay. Let's just... Okay, where are we? Alright, we need to go back the other direction. This way. Yeah, I don't know what that sound is. It feels like it's broken. Oh, she was there before. We just found out that, like, you could get really far away from her. Alright, how much space do we have? Okay, we still got 2 more spaces. So... Hold on a second. Oh, we're still fine. Let's go this way. I'm sure going into the dark forest is fine. Just, oh, Jesus, my eyes! I see. I see. Okay. Do this. Why is it so loud all of a sudden? Sounds like security camera moving. To me, it sounded like a fridge that's just like burring really loud. Okay. It is a lot of crates, but one thing with this is it's not that complicated. What's funny is I learned how to do these puzzles. I wish I was joking. Playing Pokemon. How many of y'all remember the like strength-based gym puzzles where you'd have to push boulders? What's that sound? Hold on. Train? I didn't even realize that was a train. Okay, so there's something we're missing here. And next, oh, there's the tiny door over there. I see it. I think it's blocked, isn't it? Oh, down there. Okay, I don't like how many it says that there are there. Can we actually go this way? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, yeah, that's not a way to go. It's this. Okay. So, we're gonna go back down. And we'll take the path back to the heart. We'll use the boat. Yeah. Me being bad at tank controls and fixed cameras. Thanks, game. Thanks, game. Okay. Go up, we'll go across the bridge. And then we'll see. That was a boat. It was in fact a boat. If we can, like maybe inject the blood into something, into the heart maybe. Because there's no way there's 15 switches. Right? Unless we're like missing a part. I gotta hide more Zelda block puzzles by Crate Yard. Oh, good lord. Don't touch my boat! Okay, let's see if we can do something with this blood kit. Okay, let's try facing this. Okay, let's see. So... Oh, there's something down there that we missed. Okay, let's go back. Boat. Yeah, apparently there's 15 switches. Why, do you want 15 switches? If you have 15 switches in a room, you are going to find out that at least half of them are actually just bottoms. Oh, that's right. It's this. Darn. It was worth a shot. So, that door down there just takes us back. Hexagon, hexagon. Why does it say that safe room isn't finished? Okay. We're gonna go down there. So there's things we're missing in other places. There's gotta be. She has a MetaQuest 3 on it? I wish I had a MetaQuest 3. I'm pretty sure there's one on Throne. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. I think I did. I think I remember adding it as like one of the bundle ones. Can I look at this photo? Nope. Can I run into the water? No. So I need to find something that's a hexagon to use it. This section we've done completely. So, with the Batmans, I probably wouldn't play the VR Batman game, honestly. It's just that it comes bundled. And weirdly, if I remember right, at the time when I added it to Throne, it was of this game so far. We're exploring what was technically supposed to be like a spooky house. A place where there was like rumors and legends that like the house led to wherever the dead go. And so we've essentially been like reliving like her childhood and parts of her life. Before we saw like her grandparents' house, her childhood friend's place. We're missing something. What's this? Wall of cars. Can I do anything with any of these? And now she was just, we're apparently like back out in the woods where she used to go camping as a kid. But, oh yeah, and the last one was also like, involved her grandparents, but it was also, she like lived through the like death of her grandpa and stuff. Okay, so it said there's something we're missing in this section. Could it have something to do with the fish? Go this way. Can't go across that. It seemed like there was... We picked something up down here before, didn't we? Trail ends here, trees get pretty dense. Just stick to the paths. Okay. Let's go back inside. Actually, we'll go around the edge again. I think we just found ammo back there, didn't we? Pretty sure. Perchance. Perhaps. Yeah. Click that. Okay, let's look at this poem again. Ah! Okay, hold on. I get it. I get it. I get it. Where is it? C, D, E flat, G, F, D, E flat again, and then F. Okay. So, where am I? There we are. Oh, I have to click. And G. F. Oh, fuck. I fucked that one up. Okay. C. D. E flat. G. F. D. E flat. F. Waterfall. CD, you've never heard of downloads? I like CDs. I have actually collections of tapes, including an original Rick Astley tape. Oh wait, no, waterfall's this way. That one wolf that's still scampering around here. Yeah, music puzzles. Sir, can you please not be so noisy? Pretty please? Oh, I have to click. I was gonna say, let me in! Hello, are the branches going to attack me? Oh, good lord. No, but she will. Excuse me. I cannot believe I was able to just sneak past her like that. Hey, another switch! Click. Yeah. Okay then, down in the hole we go. Secret to, oh, there's the bolt cutters. We do need those. Look at this fucking ladder, dude. That's positively goofy. All right, hold on. There was something over here. Hello? Hello? Okay, we got 2 weeping angels in here. Question is, can I get past them for things? Hello? We don't need that antiseptic, honestly. We're doing pretty A-okay. There's 2 of them. Oh, there's a possum behind him. Damn it. I want that fucking possum. Wait. Why is her head different? Can I use the bolt cutters on her head? Doesn't look like it. Okay. We are leaving. Wait, what am I carrying on? 2, 1 septic. You know what? Maybe I do want that. Maybe I do want that. Stuck? Come on. Come on. They got a facelift? I don't know. Am I willing to fight another one of these things and spend all the ammo to get... Ah, fuck it. I want it. Excuse me. Why aren't these hostile? Wait, I can't combine 2 antiseptics? Damn it. Use. I could have swore I could. I guess you have to mix the bandages and the antiseptics to make the first aid kit. Okay. All right, we got the bolt cutters. She gonna come alive now? Nope. Okay. Guess you gotta get like really close. Save me, chat. Marin's in the Halflingshire. All right, so let's go this way. Fastest way to the electrical area. Across the river. Excuse me, pardon me. Places to be, things to do, you know. Then we go... I've already forgot which direction we go. North. Heading to electrical? Yeah, there's a lot of jobs to do in electrical, don't you know? Chat, would you be interested if we did like... Oh, what are they called? Those, like espionage games? If we had nights where we did espionage games with the community, would y'all be interested in that? Things like, oh, what is it? Something protocol. What can you say there? Among Us, and like any of the games that are kind of like that. The lounge times, but live? Yeah. Okay, seems like we're gonna need more. Yay, 100! Okay. All right. Veins are pumping, which probably means we can go to the heart, which we'll just go back. We'll go back. And then taking the other fork is the easiest. Wait a minute. Oh, no, wait, this is right. This is right. I confused myself. Ordain, stop causing climate change. Is Ordain causing climate change again? I'm setting the forest on fire. Stop setting the forest on fire! We need those! Bastard. Come on, Ordain. You know better than anyone. Would you burn your tulip fields? Be honest. Be honest, would you burn your tulip fields, Ordain? This preset's getting old? Okay, honestly, kind of relatable. He's Dutch, of course he has tulip fields. Doesn't that come with being born in the Netherlands? Am I wrong on this? I ate Ordain's tulip fields? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You ate a Dutchman's tulips? Oof. I don't know how good of an idea that is. Wait, why isn't this one pumping? Okay, hold on, we're missing something. Veins are pumping it, but they go north. Okay. Okay, so we're missing things in the maze. This part's obviously the heart. We need to get the heart pumping somehow. So... Alright, we'll go back, we'll look. This is obviously, the thing we're missing is, well, it's pumping over there. Hold on a second. But it's not pumping closer. Oh, it's pumping from one side. We hit a €1 trillion capital in the 1800s? Yeah, welcome to the tulip bulb fucking bust. This way? It's not the right place. Okay, that I'm almost confident is the hexagon shaped thing. There's something we're missing here. What are we missing here? Monka, Alright. Where, oh where could you be? So we know Cassiopeia. We finished this. We've basically done all of this. This takes us to a fork. there something with... I don't see anything with the bridge. But these two are connected, I think, so... What are we missing in here? I don't know if it's connecting, like, all of these parts as the wilderness. So maybe it's this door over here is the one that it's marking as incomplete. So maybe we need to go to the clearing. Which side are we on? This way. This way. We need... Oh, whoops. Okay, the second one. Yeah, it's giant English. Oh my god. You blinds man. Fight, fight, fight. Goober fight, goober fight. Okay, that's bird noises. This way was the way to one of the switches. Think of self-care dragon. Yeah, there's the switch. We don't need the switches anymore.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh, what the hell? Oh. See, the humming's still there. Are there ticks here? It doesn't... Yeah, this side says it's just like too thick. It's like forest. Okay. Baron, scary and intimidating. Pass it on. What do you mean? Granted, I do kind of like being terrifying. Please and thank you. It means we don't get too many weirdos. And then when we do get weirdos, we just beat them with a stick. Is it... It's the oven? Again, that noise. Oh, it's the hum of the switch, isn't it? Yeah, that's the switchboard. Outlook. Safe room says it's not finished, which is very weird. Okay, you know what? We'll go see if there's something in the safe room that we missed. Maybe there were some items sitting around that I didn't pick up. Electrical noise that... Wait, what is this over here? Oh, it's rocks. It was just rocks. I thought it was for a second. I thought it was stairs because it looks like stairs through the thing. Yeah, we can't go this way. That's just the way the veins go off to. Oh, you moved! I hate that. Forgot we had an 8-ball. Do not start on the 8-ball. Oh no. Oh wait, no, the... Oh, son of a bitch. Go back. Go back. We were going to the boat that was over here. This way. This way. She's back standing up. Okay. Over here. Is Queen a little guy? It is certain. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Alright, so take the boat back. We'll go check out the safe room. I feel like it's just gonna be like ammo or another health kit or something. But we've done a lot, so we could probably save again. Oh, let me in. Is it... It's not any of these books. Or it could be this... I don't think it's this violin. Was that violin there before? Wait a second. Same statue, same books. Yeah, that's just a photo. Alright, we'll save. Okay. Now I wanted to zoom out more, but it's not gonna let me. That's dark. Why are all of these marked as unfinished? Is picking me up by my scarf? Yes, correct. Won't give me uppies? No uppies! None of you get uppies. Y'all are misbehaving. Always misbehaving. What are we missing? That's not... It's not triggering. It's not doing the fuzzy thing. 0 uppies. 0 uppies. Listen. You can't leave Brittany alone cry me into this. So it looks like we've covered everything basically on the left side except for like the overlook. Okay, maybe we should try going back to the overlook. Actually, hold on. Yeah, we'll go this way. Actually, we can take the boat back. We can take the boat back and the overlook is like right next to it. Excuse me, pardon me. This is so sad. Can we get 5 gift subs? Send it to the Po Boy, fund. Did I dare, instead of having the like treat yourself thing on Chrome, I leave that up but have one that's like specifically for Po Boys? We make a Po Boy funds. And anytime the Po Boys paid up, we'll make a Po Boy while we're in Norway. I'm gonna find a way. Let's see, can I put this? It doesn't look like it. Let's try using it. No? Can I inject it into the telescope? When is the move actually? That's a question for Faye. We do not have a date yet. We gotta get the house first. We gotta get a house first. Is the thing I'm too asexual? What y'all's deals with uppies? I don't get it either. I don't get it either. But what are we missing? September? Ooh! Alright. Oh, I don't want to have to go looking for help, but I'm stuck. I don't know what to do with the blood syringe. Oh, let me see. Let's do it this way real quick. That's it. Okay, yeah, this seems to be it. Like, you can't even combine it. All right, fuck it. We're doing a little bit of cheating. I hate doing this. I really do. I'd much rather be able to figure out games on my own, but I'm stuck. I'm confused. I'm stuck and confused. Okay. Wait, what? What the hell? Outdoor library? Wait, what? Outdoor library? Are we missing a door somewhere? Like, besides this one, way down... Nope, that's not at all where I was zooming in. Like, here? Does that go to the outdoor library? We haven't... We're missing something! We're still missing something! Okay. Like, we did all this. Turn on to all the things. But then it's suddenly just like, yeah, go to the outdoor library. Outdoor library? Wait. I'm so confused. Middle path. Did we... Wait. Oh my god, it's right fucking there. Alright. Easiest way is the fork. Alright. That's what we forgot. The middle... God damn it. God damn it. Because we went left and right, and then I completely forgot to come back and do the middle one. That's probably where the library is. Forget it anymore. Nobody pick him up no matter how much he screams. It just explodes. Just absolutely explodes. All right. This path should take us to the maze. And then go towards the center. Wait. I went too far. Hello? Wait, how did I... Is it here? Yeah, this is the center path. Oh, hi! Oh, Christ. Okay. Excuse me. Pardon me. Altar. It's dry. Okay, there we go. That's where we need to do a thing. That was not a lot of blood. That was just a tiny syringe thing that we had. What do you mean? It's over here. Can I find cool stuff? Ooh, sparkle. Ah, there's one of the things that we can mix. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Thank God it didn't let me use it. I just kept clicking use over and over. I wonder. Oh, no, I can't. Okay. So, got plenty of medkits. Okay, so now we can probably go to the heart. But you gotta be careful here. Go around these weird little statue ladies. And then now, what is the fastest way? Just right back. This way? No. Yeah, that's the right way. This way, this way. Hi, Jazz. How are you doing? Like this game, I want to try it. It's pretty fun. I just got stuck a little bit, but it's because I was stupid and didn't realize the part that I was missing, and neither did Jazz. But, oh, almost fucking, my water bottle, when I went to touch my face and put my elbow up, I touched it with my elbow. It scared the shit out of me. Jesus. Oh no! How are you doing, bud? How are you doing? Altar, hardly. Oh, speaking of Altar, has anybody played Altars? Or The Altars? Didn't that game come out and then immediately just get, like, canned? Hexagon Crank. Well, we found that. Okay. Good to know. Art of the Forest is pumping. All right, now where's the worm? We found the heart. Where's the worm? So we go this way. Oh, oh, oh. We'll go this way, then we gotta go to the right here. I don't know why I'm getting a phone call. It says potential spam, so I'm gonna ignore it. All right, so now we can do this crank. Oh, yoink. Oh, we gotta use it, of course. It's too fancy schmancy. Oh. Oh. Does that also mean that the water was just draining down there the whole time? I don't like the implications of that. I don't like the implications of that. Was decent-ish. I have not seen a single person play it. I remember when they came out and people found out that they used like AI generated text for some of their like 3D projector screens, and they got called out for it and they tried to real quick backpedal. Didn't we already read this? Yeah, it's still the same one. It's still journal free. Excuse me. I'm going to drown down here, please and thank you. More caves. Wait, isn't that the part of the cave that we went to over there? Hello? Cave. Spiral? It's kind of a little janky, but okay. I'm just double checking to see if there's anything around back of the pillar. The answer is no. Oh, pardon me, excuse me. Oh, that's a save room. What the hell? Okay, hold on. I kind of want to check this whole room. Because the fact that there's a save room right there makes me think that it's like... Jesus. You actually kind of scared me there for a second. Hello? Seems like there's really nothing in here. It's just a big circular room. Hello? Are there any fun items here? Oh, there's a gate there. A pewter? Oh, shit. Oh, these are the lights. Shit, does anybody remember what the lights look like? Chat, did anybody take a picture of the lights on the console when I looked at them? Oh, I should have written them down. I knew I should have. Damn it. Do we cheat? Oh, I don't want to cheat. I kind of... Okay, hold on. Here. Here. How long would it take us to get there? Not long. If we went back, we could just go through the door. Okay, let's do that. We're gonna do that. Puzzle time. I don't care if it's optional or whatever. This way. Go up here. Because we can take the boat. We can go through the door. And then we can take the boat basically right to it. Oh, I have to click. I was like, why is it not letting me up? Come on. Through this door. And then... this way. Ganon's got a drink. Really in front of my OJ? It affects my memory. Listen, I don't sleep well either. It happens. It happens. It's probably why my memory is so bad. Maybe I should have like a sleep aid or something. Thing is, anytime I take sleep aids, I wake up groggy as shit. And it's really hard to start my day. All right, this way. This way. Over, yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm grabbing the notebook. Okay. Okay, we're good. I got it. All right, we can go back. Could be more of a hassle than they're worth in my experience. That's why I don't really use them that often. If I do, like the closest thing I do is I take a bit of Benadryl, like before bed, but that's usually on days where like I struggle to fall asleep early most of the time. So if I have days where it's like, yeah, you gotta get up at 5 or 6 a.m., then I will usually like take some Benadryl around like 5 p.m. so that by like 6 or 7, I'm basically just fucking just sitting up. No one else? Does anybody else get like that? Does that say fork? Does that emote say fork? Also, how long to an ad break are we? Did I miss it? Did I play through the ad break? Oh, Jesus. Go back through here. Go back down the stairs. Very weird that they decided to make the bottom still seem like it's going into water instead of drained into the cave. Press here. Go to the gates. Excuse me, pardon me, places to be, things to do, you know. I'm taking this diamond. Where did you find that diamond? Where did you find that diamond? Okay. Yes, excellent. Hello. Ooh. Oh, it's the photo thing again. Oh, thank God. I'm glad we got this. Hell yeah. Gimme. All right, we'll go back. There is... I'm starting to think that we're about to have like another boss fight. Because it just feels like it, because this is what, the first time we've seen a save room just like here, like this. It's weird. What is this? Ah, another antiseptic. Okay. Just put some stuff away, like this photo. And one of our spare things, so that we have at least some more spaces. Here. What is... Hold on, let me see. 6 minutes. Okay, we'll see what we can do. Okay. Moving right along. Oh, wait, let's go back real quick. How much ammo do we have? Ah, we still got plenty of ammo. Ad! All right, where's the monster that we heard in the journal? Why are you licking the diamonds? Dogs? Birds? Oh, we're just hoofing it. Okay. Oh my God, it looks so goofy. Okay. God, the low poly animations are so goofy at times. Ooh, that is not very sturdy. I don't like you. You weird deer thing, you, that has like a flower face. I also just realized we didn't get another like camera mod on this level. Uh-oh. Oh. You gonna send us plummeting down the river together? Is that what's about to happen? Smash. Broke it. Whee! Okay, bye. Don't. Okay, why are those rocks floating? Oh yeah, we're fine. Nothing to worry about. Ghibli boss? I can see it. Princess Mononoke boss looking thing. Jesus, dude. Did you just jump over the woods? What was that? Oh! Boss fight. Oh, hey, medkit. Oh, and he runs away? Also, I'm gonna grab this ammo. Gib. I kinda don't want to run after him because I feel like he's gonna come running back to us. Wait, what is this? Okay, this is the way we went. Really? Instead of the spider coming to us, is this boss fight gonna be him running away from us? How big is this area? Oh, what the hell? No, wait, I wanted that ammo. Oh, it's right there. Jesus, wait, we have 77 rounds? Show up on the map anywhere? Doesn't seem like it. All right. Might as well start picking up some of these. There. Oh, no, that's the wolf. Wow, that was... Oh, hey, there's another one. I saw you. Okay. Ah, there he is. I see your ass! Fuck you! Stunlock, bitch. Stunlock, bitch. He's fast! Hold on, we're gonna reload too while we're here. Anyway, come back here, bitch. Did he really, like, loop all the way back around to the same location? That seems to be the case. Welcome back from piano class. Yeah, once we move, I want to see if I can get, like, a used keyboard or something. Which way haven't we gone? We went this way last time. Let's go this way. Oh, I see him. It looks like he's already back at the same spot. See, there he is. Oh no, this isn't the same spot. My bad. Wow. Defeat the deer! Yay! Gonna Beethoven's Fifth? Maybe. I want to relearn the piano. I played it when I was a kid a lot. And then I basically stopped in high school because I started playing the other instruments. Real tired for some reason. It could just be a bad bench. Is it? Do you sit on just like a plain unpadded bench? I would recommend getting like one that has a better pad or a better surface to sit on, or one with a back. A chair with a back could work too. I'm sure they make some that have backs. I haven't seen them for like piano benches, but I learned to play the piano on anything between like a chair, a padded bench, a hard wooden bench. Jesus. My ears! no back support because it's not supposed to have backs or something? Ah. For range of motion, maybe? Alright, hold on. We gotta make through this cutscene, and I have to run to the bathroom again. Where's the book? Who took my book? Oh, it's there. That was weird. Alright, we're gonna pause it real quick. And I will get y'all words on stream. I say ordained. We're ding dong, ding dong. Alright. Let me mute the game. I will give y'all music, and I will be back in a couple minutes. I need to run to the bathroom again. Don't fail this one, kids. Don't fail this one, or I'm gonna be upset at you. Upsetteros. Ordain, it's rude to ask for subs. You shouldn't do that. Sorry, not Ordain. Ganon. Ganon, you shouldn't try and side-eye asking for subs. It's bad. Mistaking you for Ganon. Listen, I've gotten used to Ordain being the troublemaker, so you know, as you do, as you do. Oh no, chat. Are you gonna fail this one too? You gonna fail at level 3? How could you? How could you? Blame it on Ordain. Oh god. Oh goodness. Ordain. Sorry, force of habit. To be fair, Ganon knows spells. Ordain manipulates reality. Mayhaps. Hold on, I'm putting on chapstick while we're waiting to finish this game. Wow, we did 2 bosses today. It's actually pretty impressive. Who's Chap? That's a good question. Gannon, you're the one who disappeared after having, what was it, like 200 stream streak? You just vanished one day and stopped coming to stream. All right. No more music. Sorry, Roxette. Unmute the game audio. All right, let's do this. We need to put the page in. Page. Okay. Ooh. That sounded like duplicate sounds. I didn't like that. All right, and then we can put some of our extra stuff away. Like this. And this. Yeah. We've got so much ammo. All right. I think there's only 3 areas here. Chat, don't let me forget. We need to find a 3rd photo. Ooh. Wait, what is this next zone? Clock tower? Are we going into a clock tower? Hello? A rotten desk. Clunk, 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 clunk. Okay, it looks like there's a lot of invisible walls. All right. Oh my god, are we climbing the ladder to heaven? I've already added Ordained to the most wanted list? Oh no. Sorry, Ordained, you're on the most wanted list now. All right, what do we think the monsters in this next level are gonna be? Find a replacement memer? I don't think we have any one memer. I don't know, Grains has gotten pretty good at meming. They're going to be sprungly childs with giant scissors? I fucking hope not. Wouldn't that just be teenage Ordain? Bunker door. Oh. Flying gears that aren't attached to anything. Oh, okay, some of them are in contact. Not a lot of them. Oh. Oh. Who's number 1 and 2? And big clock tower baby man? Not the clock tower baby man! Or wasn't that Scissor Man? Scissorman? Skizerman? Hello? 1897? Gold? Okay. Wait, something looks like that's back there. Hello. I've disappeared off the stream. Just gone. She's not even just behind me. You can see her. Here, can I lean? There we go. Hi, Chet. Look at her. She just goes over there and just gone. Amazing. Amazing. All right. Ooh. Ooh, that wom. All right, what's this way? I'm just this little bitty speck. And I go this way. And I go this way. Is there... Nope. Archive. No, wait. This counts as the archive? Still? My balls! Oh.
The chiming that's been haunting me. It's from here.
God, the opera music.
What is this place meant to be? Is that clock counting down?
I mean, clocks don't
Regardless of what it
necessarily
means,
count down unless you
I need
know
to
what
face it.
time something's supposed to happen.
It's time.
Okay, we have like a mirrored clock is what it looks like. Enter the clock tower. Oh. Oh. Oh my. Hello. Entry 4. I've had it with this place. I don't care what it takes. I'm getting out of here. This wasn't supposed to turn out this way. I don't even know why half of these places are the way they are. I'm not going to find out why Mom killed herself. At this point, I don't care. There's nothing here for me, and I won't die like this. I won't. All right, what is this thing? Delta emblem. Delta, you say? Hey, buddy. Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? Display case. It's empty. Okay, the clock, it looks like it's set to 11 p.m. An elevator of some kind. Okay, I can only go to first and second floor. So we're gonna stay here real quick. Can I go through? I can. Oh. Oh, we've got the spirit things again. Fuck you. Oh, I can't see. Oh, that's just a bandage. Damn it. That's fine. We'll take it. Oh, that's not a delta. I could say that's gamma. Woo! Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh! Oh! Woo! Where's your head? Where's your head? Thank you for dying. Good Lord, why are there so many doors? Okay. Wait, does it say there's another door over here? It's like right across the hall. We'll do that one first. Flash, fuck. This one? Ooh! Oh, there, I see you up there. I just realized, does he have a tiny shrunken head? God, it makes like little snarling dog noises. I hear another one. There's a key in that cage. Ammo. Oh, they drip. I see. Okay. All right, bud, come on down. There you are. Ow! Jesus. Oh, I flipped. Oh, camera, fuck you. Okay. Please and thank you. So we need to raise this. That's a symbol, but I can't tell what it is. Can we go in here? Ah, my padded room. Oh.
This room is so different from all of the others. Almost as if it was built in reverence of this piece of art.
1. She dwelled prolonged on what had been. Has been. So intricately detailed, she's truly beautiful. Oh, I also forgot that I had the fucking flash. What is this called? The gallery. Oh, and there's another door. Wait, is it? Huh? There, it says it's like over. Oh, there it is. Okay. Flash crazy again? It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so then we go. I don't think there's anything else, but we'll go check just to make sure. We haven't figured out how to raise. Oh, we can go up. That's what that is. Which. Now we got plenty. Ooh, interesting. Let's go this way. Jesus. That looks like a dead end. Nothing this way. All right, we'll go in here. Last from the other side, because of course it is. Okay. This way? Hello? Hello? You know what? I'll pick that up for now. We are like drowning in medkits. Won't open. Does that count as the door? Doesn't actually look like it counts as a door, I don't think. I agree, ordained Marin, do a flip IRL? What do you mean do a flip IRL? So is there any other direction? There's something on the other side, but... Okay, I think we're gonna have to go down that ladder on the other side, which means we have to find some way to get to the 3rd floor. All right, so we'll go back down here. We'll go through the art gallery to one of the other rooms. We also haven't figured out where Delta goes yet. So, over here, flash. Flash. Oh, it's marked Delta for me. Door. Shelving. God, the piano is really intense. Okay, Delta room. Oh, of course. It's making me use it on this time. There's no telling whether it's going to be, all right, gotta use it here, or something else. Oh, fuck.
There are a million reasons to hate hospitals, and exactly one reason to look forward to coming to one. All of
The piano
possible
dirge,
ways to
yep.
die,
Oh, hi.
And exactly one way to be born.
You know what? Come here. All right, thank you for going down. We got 10 shots. All right. Can I do this door really quick? Not locked. That is antiseptic. Which is fine, because now we can fuse these two together. Now we have 4 med kits! Ain't nothing gonna hurt me. I swear I've seen this like design. Also, can I get behind the desk? Is that possible? Oh, I can on this side. Not working. Interact with this wall. Can I interact with this door? What about this computer? Also no. All right, buddy, come on. Oh, damn it. All right. Now we need to reload. That was a lot of wasted shots, but that's fine. Okay, let's go try the red door first. Locked. Wait. Where's this white one? Oh, it's the white one. Okay. Hi! Okay. Flash. 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 Mediocrity. Ah, yes, finally. 5 medkits. 1, complacency. 2, uncertainty. Chat, can you write this down for me? 3, mediocrity. 4 mortality. Okay. All right, I'll write it down. So 1 is complacency. 2 is uncertainty. I'll have to wait for it to come around again. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Complacency. Uncertainty. And mediocrity. I forgot how to spell mediocrity without looking at it because I'm stupid. All right, let's go. I feel like that's gonna be relevant if it was in here. Hospital. Okay, I can't go downstairs. What was that flash? Locked. Oh. Okay. 3rd floor. Hello. Oh, that's him. Is this us? Paintings. A cat? I see you, kitty! People sitting there? Okay. Looks like there's... Why is this one red? Ooh! Door. Oh. There's a button on the base of the windowsill. Do you press it? No, hold on. We're gonna... Can I do... Oh, this one has a button too. On. It's like a city outside those windows. This one's kind of scary. Okay, so that's the blockage we saw, so... Oh. A hospital room full of flowers. Oh, they all turned off. You're not interactable. Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. Oh. Letter from D. It's always difficult to be born. As you know, the bird must take an effort to break out of the egg. Think back and ask, was the path really that difficult? Merely difficult? Wasn't it also beautiful? Could you have thought of a more beautiful or easier one? Hello? Seems like it's the only direction we can go is that way. Blocking the other side. Yeah. Wait, what? You said that there's not a door there that's supposed to be open, so we're missing something. Okay, so go here. Go this way. Here. How, Marin replaced Ganon? How? How have I? All right. So maybe we turn on all the ones except the red one? I'm not sure. A lot of cats. I just realized there's another one on the couch. Oh wait, which door did we go to? It's further, wasn't it? This one! Okay, hold on. I feel like it's not making us come to like a whole new location for us not to be able to finish it in one go, right? Maybe turn off everything except the red one? What is the 1, 2, 3 puzzle? Elaborate on 1, 2, 3, 4 puzzle. Is it like order? Is that what you're thinking? Thing is, we haven't... Okay, maybe. Hold on, let's go check something. If we do it that way, and we'll turn this off. Maybe you're right. Let's try it. The TVs? I don't think it's the TVs. Because the TVs are always just static. Oh, wait, I got it. It's the, yeah. So 1, complacency. This, I think, is mediocrity. This one, I'm pretty sure, is mediocrity. Mortality is definitely 4. Uncertainty. Okay, so this will be complacency. Uncertainty, I think, is the doors. And then mediocrity is going to be here. And then mortality will be the hospital one. All right, there we go. Back through here. In here. In here. Is that a cross? Crucifix.
Well,
Oh!
that was disconcerting. I'm back where I started. I think.
We need to find a safe room so we can put a bunch of these med kits away. All right, let's go check what do we have here. Let's go take this side. Hopefully this door isn't locked. It's locked. Okay. So we're gonna go back around here. Also, the guy in the red robe is gone. I feel like maybe he'll be the last boss of this tower. Fuck you, shut up. Let me double check. Oh, Gamma, that's right. Shut up! Y'all are way too noisy. This way. Right? No, I'm going the wrong direction. This way. Gamma's the one that took us to the hospital. So we just go this way, we go this way. And there should be a door? Not this one. It's this one. Wait, why are these double doors? Is it this one? Unlatch the door. Okay, it was that one. And we'll go here. Hello? Wait a minute. Oh, come on! Y'all can't keep having the same fucking map layout as Resident Evil 1. Look at this shit. Do y'all see this? I'm not the only one who sees it, right? It's the same layout as Resident Evil 1 with the staircase. It was in the Resident Evil 2 remake that we played. Oh, there's one of those things coming down. And of course there's an enemy in it. All right, where is the storage chest? Up. Good lord. This is the way. We only need 2. We only need to carry 2 just in case of emergencies. Reject modernity. Return to Resident Evil 1. Is that just something that people do? They make like a corner where there's a staircase that goes up. It has an undersection with plenty of room to put something. And then there's a door that's always the save room. It's always the save room. Oh my god. All right. We'll probably have to photo down the one that's upstairs, so let's go. Where are you at? Oh, you were... Oh, there's two. Oh, I missed that one. Okay. Good talk, boys. How much ammo did I use? Quite a bit. Also, that did not sound like me like it usually does. All right, so what's over here? The office? The exact same office as Resident Evil 1? Nope. But I do get ammo, baby. Do get ammo. Good lord. Let's go back this way real quick. All right. Which of these is gonna take me back to the... Won't open. Damn it. This is literally the layout and camera positions. This is so fucking goofy, dude. Where's the room that's gonna smash me? Jesus.
Another gallery. I feel so conflicted about artists whose work is enduring.
Gannon, you leaving? 2. Desires what she needs. She does not need.
I don't
Desires
think
what
I'll
she
ever
does not
measure up.
need.
It makes my life...
Okay. So maybe these statues are about ourselves, I think, is what this is getting at. Go this way. Go... Wait. Doesn't it say there's... It's a door across. What the hell? Is it... Are you a door? Is it this door? Oh. Okay, well, we found the balcony. Ish. And I did just hear the weird little skittering sound of one of those monsters. Where are you, you rat bastard? Elevator. Wink. Oh, that doesn't... Okay. Also nothing over here, so... Maybe this will take us out to the cage area? Oh, but we missed a door on the other side. I kind of want to get that. Also, why do you look more empty? Damn it. Exploration of death and mortality with a hefty helping of fear? Listen, that's like a good chunk of horror games, okay? It's almost always a lesson in mortality. All right, so there should be a door at the end of this hallway. Yep. B for bitch. No, I'm kidding. They're probably gonna say it's beta, isn't it? Yep. Ammo. Don't mind if I do. Okay. So we have this. Oh, there's another mantle up there. Marked library. All right, let's see if we can go through here. Oh. All right, so we found the connection to... Perfect. Okay, door's unlocked. Ooh. Undeveloped photo in the tray. One of the chemicals I need developed photo is missing. Okay, then. Hello. Hello. More ammo! Flash. Splash. Ruining photo splash. Alright. So we'll need to find a chemical somewhere. That's actually everything in this hall. So... You know what? Let's try going out here real quick. No way to jump that far. Oh, it's that ladder on the other side that's acting like it's a Alright, let's go back to the other side then. Back this way. Back this way. Yeah, I see that door up there. Hyper, how are you doing? How was your stream? Did you have fun playing Sonic DX? Sonic DX. Sonic Adventure DX. What year did that one come out? This door. This is the door we want to come out. Right? Okay, yeah. Wait, so... Oh, this was the staircase that we came up. And then... Safe room, duh. Okay, the hallway. Yoink! 2003! I don't know why, my brain just went to Sonic Underground for some reason. Back to the turn, which is over here. Why is the hallway's music so intense?
That gap is too far to jump, and the ledge looks dangerous.
Oh.
But I'll need to find a way across to get that emblem.
Oh, wait a second. No? Woo! Did I lose health on that? Oh, I did. Oh, okay. Thing is, though, is there a way I can... Whoa. No, it's not. I know it's not to the right, so it has to be forward. And I don't trust this to just be... Okay, yeah, it's definitely not straight ahead. Alright. So it's not definitely not straight ahead. This thing also has wide turns, so... Hedge my bets on right. And hedge my bets on forward. Oh. Stop. Oh my god, fucking cameras! I can't even, like, go backwards. Oh, Jesus, wait, am I seriously hurt again? Really? Whew. All right. Time to go back. All right, so now we can go down to the dining room. Where are we right now? Oh, we can just go this way. And then go to the... it's not here, is it? No, it's not. It's this other door. It's so good. Hi, bad guy. How are you doing? I'm enjoying this game. We beat 2 bosses today. Actually, no, the dining room was up and then to the left. To use narrow pathing in a game with tank controls? Yeah. Excuse me. Fuck off. Fuck off! Yes, 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 I know you're right there. Fuck you. Subway? Oh wait, is this another save room? Hello? Hell yeah. All right, let's get some of our med kits back, since that one fucking thing made us use a couple of them. All right. Save. Okay. Moving right along. Eat fresh. No. Nothing about Subway is fresh. All right, let's check this way first. Can I go in the bathrooms? Ooh. Oh, it's a bandage. Not like how loud that is. All right, so it looks like we have to go through the subway thing here. Excuse me. Pardon me. Coming down. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Welcome in, Raiders. Phobia, Saint Dimphna? No, Drinthfa. Drin? No, there's no R in there. Dimphna. Dimphna? 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 The Quasies are coming. Surrender your snacks. The Quasies are coming. Oh no. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mar, and I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to yap about. Today's Wednesday. We're currently playing Heartworm. And I kind of don't want to go into what seems to be a mannequin-filled subway. But Mama ain't raised no bitch, so might as well. Actually, hold on, wait. Can I look at that subway map right here? Oh, it's not gonna let me. Yeah. Subway benches, I'm not going to rest. Yes, hostile architecture. This will be fine, right? I don't want to do this. Hello? Oh, wait, where am I? Wait, did I just accidentally find the photo? Let's go! Hell yeah, dude. Wait, that was a coincidence. I just saw the, long thing. Ooh. Is there actually a subway over here? Oh, there is. Oh, shit. Okay, let's go check the other direction. Oh! That's cool. Also, why did they move like a RuneScape NPC? And they look like me. Are they gonna keep... Woo! Oh, there's two of them. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. Seriously? Okay. Fuck you. What's down here? Show me your secrets. Ooh, bad touch. Oh, key. Lower track key. Okay. Just to make sure. Okay. I don't think this... Yeah, okay, that's not an interactable door. We're fine. We're fine! What do you mean, bigger? Also, hold on a sec. Dark Kuma and Endless Void, thank you guys both for the follow. Welcome in, enjoy the show. I'm scared. I don't like mannequins. Mannequins freak me out. They're also one of my... Oh, Jesus, you're still here. Excuse me, I'm leaving. Where's the fucking... Oh, this one. Use the key. Excuse me. Let me in. Oh, okay, that was too dark. I did not like that. Oh, hi. Okay, so we came around that turn, so we need to get across the track. Of course, you're gonna start moving. But all right, which one of you shits is gonna start moving? There you are. Wait. Says the door's gonna be open. There it is. I don't like that. But okay. Oh. You're late again? It's another ride out? I don't have time to deal with this? Department something? Department something? Also, I'm in the running pose. Get to your desk, get to work. Don't stop until you clock out. Okay. An email addressed to me. Sam, deliver the printing reports. Why is it so loud? Hold on, what does it say? Why are you so loud? Jesus! Sam, if he's affected by this tragedy, remember the company takes no responsibility. Oh, they're all open, but I can't tell what this is. Green folder. Okay. Okay. So maybe the color code is important. So let's go to red. Oh, hi. Bitch. Oh, god damn it. I'm working on it. Okay, there we go. Fuck you. Back to my desk. Okay. Why are there so many of you? Alright, there's the greens folder. The green thing that we need. Excuse me. It's off, kindly. Anyway. Oh, there's still one in here. Okay, I guess. Excuse me. Oh! What? Oh, I'm stuck. I got them all. All right, blue. Which has to be like behind us, I'm guessing. Hello? Hello? Hi? Okay, bye. Can't see shit. I'm gonna walk face first into all of those. Oh, hi! Almost did. Oh, I could not believe that actually got all of them. Jesus. Excuse me, pardon me. Hi. Bye. Oh, I saw a key in there. It was like this way, I think. Oh no, it was ammo. Even better. Where's the yellow stream? Is it this way? Oh no, it's over there. Oh, it's a long way around. Okay. Oh, why are you like this? This is the only way. This is the only way an office would be designed if it was. Oh, you're fucking joking. Woo. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I couldn't read the things. I couldn't read the things. Okay, hold on. What would your grandfather think? Do they attack or do they just cry? Okay, they're open now. Okay. Hi! Oh, okay, they do attack me. Get up, bitch. Ow! Why are all of you here? And why don't any of you die? Oh, there's something else on it. What are you? Oh, a work ID. That was painful to watch? What do you mean? I did that in record pace. Speak up. Do I need to... Computer? Computer time? Oh. Back here. Okay. Can I put things here? Like maybe this? Oh. Okay, so now we can take it to the 3rd floor. Let me check something real quick. So, have we done everything on the 1st floor? Well, aside from the cages, but I think we need to go to the 3rd floor to be able to do... That's down. I want to go up. So this is the 2nd floor. All right, I think we're going... Delivery ward. Wait, that's the hospital. All right. Which I think means we actually haven't physically been to the 3rd floor. We'll see. We'll use the elevator. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Up, up, up. Oh, hey, buddy. Yeah, we haven't been up here. How much ammo do I have right now? 18? Ah, yeah, we'll fight him. Come here, bud. Get down here. You having fun jumping there, champ? Okay. All right, let's go check shit out. Is there any ammo or anything up here? This way. Please no drooling on me. What is this, like, right here? Right here? Empty. Okay, no, it's gonna be better camera. Oh, hi! Come here, bud. Oh, missed that one. Missed that one, too. Fuck you. Okay. Let's go ahead and try ammo. We'll save it. We'll save it. Another bandage. Actually, we could use one of these bandages. That works for me, actually. Use. It is still kind of weird to me that you can't combine. Oh, and another bandage. Siddhartha? Herman Hesse, have you ever learned the secret from the river that there's no such thing as time? That the river is everywhere at the same time, at the source and at the mouth, at the waterfall, at the ferry, at the current, in the ocean, in the mountains, everywhere, and that the present only exists for it, not the shadow of the past, nor the shadow of the future. It knows everything. The river, everything can be learned from it. See, you already learned this from the water, too. This is good to strive downwards, to seek depth. All right, jump in the water. Oh, that's Omega. Okay. I'm gonna click it just in case I need it to, like, add to the map. That's the word. Hi, Titan. How are you doing? All right. Oh. So, we can go back. Yeah, we'll just go to the end of the hall. See where this goes. A save room. I don't like this. Oh, also, we need to put... We're still carrying around, like, one of the photos. Here, give me this really quick. And then combine these. That'll work. And then we can put one of them back. Okay, so we have all 3 photos. Hi, Ziggy. How are you doing? This one. The 30-second difference after finding the mannequins. Okay, let's go look over here. Oh, okay, we're over the archive. Irony of agony. How many days I've wasted wandering, how many I have lost, how many miracles I've missed while bemoaning God's theft. Should we let it? Our obsession can rot us to the core, but perhaps a fate far worse than death is a wasted life before. Okay. I like the infinite. Oh, we missed something down there before. It's okay. Maybe we'll go down there later. Ah, here's our upper level. All right, hold on. I want to go check that other room real quick. Herman Hesse's book I know is... Oh, hi. Come on. How did that not hit you? Ooh. That went well for you, bud. Door? Ooh. Oh, uh-oh. Deprives herself of joy within.
I wonder if these artists felt that way too. Like their efforts were in vain, but they kept at it anyway.
I feel like all of these are going to be part of a puzzle. And I did not write them down at all. We got a red dude here. There you are. Hey, buddy. Oh. Thanks, camera. Come on. There you are. Oh, there are 2 of you. Oh, come on. Okay, 1 down. Maybe that was the same one. I felt like there was 2, though. Ah, there's the photo stuff that we need. Multi-grade developer. Hell yeah. I don't really care about getting that bandage. All right, so we have the photo development that we need. So let me double check. Is that the... Yeah, those are the only ways. Okay, let's go see if we can get the whatever's in the cage in here. So we go here. Go over here. There's the ladder I figured was going to be here. Is there anything? Nope. Go down. Anything drippy down here? All right. And then I think we just push you into the elevator. Oh, okay, that's the beta one. Beta was in the archive. Ad break. Ah, oh, darn it. Oh, hell yeah. All right. Easy peasy, dude. Oh, we need to save. We have an ad break. All right, guys. I'll be back in a minute. I need to run to the bathroom again. So please don't burn anything down. Please enjoy the words on the stream. I will give you all the music and mute the game audio just so that it's not too much noise, because God knows it'll hurt my brain. Also, good night, Grin. Sleep well. All right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. Okie dokie. What did I miss? Who died? Anybody? Anybody? Nobody? Everybody's still alive? All right, let me go check some things while we're waiting. Ooh. Okay. It's DOA. All right. Almost done. Almost done. I'm gonna use down just a little bit to like under 30. Okay. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. Oh, one word shorts. One word shorts. That's totally fine. That's still a good run. All right. Put you away. Stop you. Remember to unmute the game audio, idiots. And then back. What does that sound? Oh, it's the gears. Duh. Duh. They spawn new enemies. I'm about to get jumped. We could get one of those ceiling things to fall on me. Thank you for the beta token. All right, we need to go back down. So we'll just go down this ramp. And then I think it connects pretty close to it. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, I think if we go here. No, wait. Wait a second. No, go back. Yeah, we're down an extra floor that I didn't mean to go down. So that double door should take us there. Oh, not this one. Go around, go here. Go in nya. And then it was right here. Nice. And there was also something back here. Antiseptic. Take that. Let's do something else first, really quick. Where is... Oh, the dark room. It's literally right across the hall. Dark room. Okay. And then we can do this. Oh. Develop photograph. Oh, damn it. We cheesed this one. Damn it. That's funny. Damn it. Okay. Let's go ahead and go do the other one. What do you mean, boo, Gaia? What do you mean, boo? Tried to type sleuth? Yeah, the last word wouldn't have been sleuth because it was a 4-letter word and it was before H. Oh, I keep forgetting I have to. Tab. Use. Listen, it's fine. Oh.
I would end up here eventually.
Welcome back to high school, kids.
I hated being told what to do, how to think.
Oh, good lord.
It felt like all they wanted was for me to be their puppet.
Years.
All I wanted to do was figure it out on my own.
I swear I recognize that door. Is this the door? Hold on. What the fuck was that sound? Also, is this door to y'all? Does it look like the door in Phasmophobia? To either the asylum or this high school? No, the high school, I think you start at the door. This is the door, right? It's like shrunk down, but it's definitely looks like the door. Library. Oh, shit. The mannequins are back. You can't keep doing this to me. Okay, looks like there's stairs in the back. Excuse me. Don't come alive. Stay there. Shut up! Can't see. Okay, so maybe those aren't relevant stairs. Oh! Oh, hi! Bamboozle the hopper. Bamboozle the hopper. Alright. Oh. Oh, hi! That's just part of the soundtrack, I think. I hate that. What am I stuck on? Why aren't you dying? Oh, I can't believe that missed. Alright, how much ammo did I use on that? A lot, and we reloaded. Damn it. Stop. Fucking stop. Anything up here? Perhaps ammo? Perhaps ammo? No, I still hear hissing. Oh, ammo. I see you. Wait, what the fuck? Where are we? Oh, okay, I see. We're in the big square in the top right corner. So, okay, this will connect us if we go around the whole pool. All right, just go around the whole pool. There should be a door over there. I think I see the handles. Whew. Poured over some rice, the ultimate broke meal, microwave rice with soy sauce and egg yolk packet. Oh, hi. Why are you still dripping? Also, why is that door so big? Okay. Honestly, I probably do not need to keep fighting these things, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Luckily, we already got the photo that like usually requires a secret puzzle. I don't think this door is gonna... Oh, that is gonna be the real door. Stop! Just kill me! Okay, yeah. So that was the locked one. Okay. Is something sparkling in here? Bandages. You know what? Yeah, give me those. Because then we can just do a little combine and stuff. Hello? Hello? Where's the doors to these things? Stop. Oh, wait, I saw that. Antiseptic. I'll take it just because. Because we have space. Honestly, kind of would have liked more ammo, but that's fine. That'll do. Oh! Oh! Fuck you. Hold on. Alright, we're going this way. We are leaving! Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, okay, there go the steps. I'm sure that's fine. TV? Quiz time! Your friend's mom is really sick. Every time you hang out with your friend, she's sad and cries. Should you feel bad for not wanting to hang out with her? Yes. Kind of a bit. That sounds really mean. This is a different classroom. Okay. Also, that door was cracked, wasn't it? Your dad works late every night, so you don't see him much. One weekend he asked to spend the day with you, but you already made plans with your friends and turned him down. Should you feel bad for ditching him? Yes. Why am I getting phone calls? Who is calling me under potential spam? Is that door opening more, or can I like... Okay. Your grandmother has been acting strange lately. She doesn't remember your name and tells the same stories over and over again. Should you feel bad for not wanting to visit her anymore? That was my grandma. Yes, because I do feel bad. I mean, it is kind of mean. It's fine. It's fine. You act selfishly, but you always find a way to justify it because bad stuff has happened to you. Are you a bad person? Yes. 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 How many questions are there? Is there a correct sequence? Or you didn't cry at your grandfather's funeral. Are you a bad person? This is about us, isn't it? This is about our character, isn't it? Are we just gonna, I think we just keep calling ourselves a bad person, basically. You die when I say you can die? What kind of healer are you? Or do you use like holy magic or... Oh my god. Camera. Are you a bad person? Yes. didn't cry at my grandpa's funeral. The last funeral I went to was my uncle's, and I cried like a bitch. Like, audibly sobbing in the front row. I was really embarrassed, but I literally couldn't stop it. Yes. Oh, hey, tape. Neat. Singing videotape. Ooh. Okay. Imagine this goes... Oh, the crucifix, too. That was the other thing we should have been able to put down. That I've been carrying around this whole time. Okay. All right, what are we missing? It's a subway safe room. So, stairwell. That's the gamma door to the subway. Go up. Elevator, cages. We haven't found the Omega one yet, which is up here. Cages, that's the down ladder. Oh, there's a door. Okay. So we need to go up. And there's that door next to the library. Okay. That we missed. Yoink. Third floor. I imagine once we get all 4 items, that's going to be the point where we get... Right, it was this way? Yeah. Let me go all the way to the end of the hall. Through the door, and then it should be the one on the right. Oh, it was this door. Okay, hold on. Let's do a save here. Here. Because I'm kind of suspicious, because usually when the save's out in the open, it's like right before a boss fight. Hello? Hello?
I wonder why I haven't thought about it like this before.
Hi, how are you? Ah, there it is. 4. And dreads all that may never be, near be.
Is worth it for its own sake.
Oh. Activate word. Okay, so we needed multiple words. We needed all of the ones. Oh, I don't want to go back to all the fucking art things. Chat, can I cheat? I want to cheat, chat. Can we cheat a little bit as a treat? Pretty please. Pretty please. I vote yes, because I don't think any of us want to go back to each of those statues to figure out what the D word was on it. Oh, no. No. All right. So we know one was Dread, which was the last one. So, okay, here they are. I'm cheesing it, chat. It's okay. We practically did it. We just don't have to run back and do it. All right. The D word. Yeah, there's 4 D words because there was 4 art rooms. Okay. Well, Dread, Desire, Deprive. Ta-da! All right. I'm sorry, chat. I'm a fake horror streamer. I cheated at video games.
Making art, just trying to survive. In the end, it's all worth something.
Okay.
It has meaning.
I think yours was despair. I think they were all despair. Okay. Where was the garden? Oh, literally right. The heck? Hold on a second. If I open this and I have another 3-minute voicemail. Okay, it's not 3 minutes. Let me see what it was real quick. Okay. Okay, that was my pharmacy. That was my pharmacy telling me that I have meds I need to pick up. It's $90 monthly med time. Yay. All right. Garden? Luckily, tomorrow should be Twitch payday. Should be, I say, with hard quotations. All right. Did my spell work? Which spell? gonna start chaos to cast Maximus Pectus Magnitudine? What? I don't think it worked. I don't think it worked, Ordain. Unless your goal was to make Sunstar's pecs huge. Sunstar, how are your pecs? No. Oh, another art gallery? Yo. Are we an artist? Or no? Well, I guess we're a photographer. Oh no! Wait, is that the house? Hold on, just to make sure. It doesn't look like there's anything tucked in the corners. Chains. Okay, this doesn't look like the house from before. Okay, hold on, we gotta check the sides. This is important. There could be ammo or something. If the art can flash, so could we. Blink, blink, blink. Blink, motherfucker! Alright, let's go inside. Oh, wait, what is that? Time. Okay. Clock is stuck at 8, and there's a strange engraving that reads time. Okay. Okay, hold on. Come here. All right. 8 is time. 1 is moon. Hey, cigarette. If this is my future house, I guess I still smoked a lot. Not sure how I feel about that. Oh boy. I need to stop smoking. 2 is book. Three is ship. Another one here. Is this gonna be 4? No, this is 9. 9 is death. Okay. Oh, nice kitchen. Well, except when it just spontaneously ends, apparently. No, look at the clock. Look at the clock. The clock. The clock. The clock. 4 is candle. Okay. She get here. She has her AirPods in. What are you screaming at? Did I call you Ordain again? Cloud, that is. 5 is cloud. Is this gonna be 6? I wonder. Yep. 6 is water. Where is 7? I feel like 7's gonna be downstairs. If 8 was by the front door. Oh, it's right here. 7 is widow. I have a sneaking suspicion that we're not going to go past 9. Okay. 10 is earth. What is this? Door that's cracked open? Okay. 11 is devil. Okay. Empty bathroom. So 12 is probably going to be, I imagine, somewhere here. Or maybe it's just what remains. Okay, so in order. Actually, let's see. Let's try. Weird. Okay, so 10 we know is earth. 6 is water. 7 is widow. 3 is ship. 4 is candle. Oh, okay. It is a sliding puzzle. Okay, hold on. So it's going to be 8. What is 8 supposed to be? Time. Where's time? Way down here. Okay, let's do this. 11 is devil, so we need to get it down, actually. Death is 9, which has to be... That's the right spot. Earth. Devil has to get to 11, which is here. Okay, let's do this. Okay, and then... Let me see. Ship. Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. Okay, devil needs to go down. 3. Ship. So... Shit. Okay. 7 is... Let's do this. So Widow is 7. 8 is time. I hate slide puzzles. I hate slide puzzles so much. It started off super easy and then it just stopped. It stopped being easy. But let's do this. Okay. So Death, Earth, Devil. Widow needs to be... So, what is the one that I need to take out and rotate it? Well, I have to take candle out to rotate it, so... Time is 8. 7 is Widow. Okay. Fuck. Okay. This feels tarot card inspired. It's a little tarot card inspired, but it's more like just kind of random, potentially. I just wanted to go with something that probably looked medieval card-ish. Candle is 4. Fuck. Widow is 7. So those two are in the right place, but Devil needs to be down at 11. So, okay, let me think. 12 is empty. We don't have a 12. So the bottom three, the three that I'm rotating now, need to be... Oh, no. Hold on. So I need 7, 8, and 11. So 7, 8, and 11 are Widow, Time, and Devil. So... what are 3 and 4 again? Shipping candle. So let's try something different. If I do it... Start chaos chat. She's not paying attention. What do you mean? Mama. Yes. Yes, Ganon. What's the problem? What's the problem? I'm a royal pain in the butt. Listen, there's 3 troublemakers, okay? There's 3 troublemakers in this house. 3 and 4 are shipping candle. Okay. I need them in this. In what order, though? Okay. So... Widow, Time. No. No, yes, that's right. In that order? There we go. Okay. I'm so clever. I'm so clever. Another journal. Why did I have to come here? I should have known better. For all my research, I knew that no one who tried to find this place has come back. Why did I think it would be any different? Place I'm in now, it's not like the other areas. I feel this creeping sense of dread, of my time running out, of something terrible happening at the end. I'm so tired. I can feel the anger draining out of me along with everything else. If I could, I would take it all back. I wouldn't have looked for this place. I would have accepted that she was gone and moved on. God, I wish I could. Okay. The bed, or I have to go onto the roof, I'm guessing. Affected I'll die one day? Probably. Probably. All right. What is this? Our 4th item? Eulogy. Yep, that's our 4th item. Okay, let's do this. We're probably about to have a boss fight with the dude that was in the red robe. Oh, we don't have a lot of ammo. Dong. Dong. Clap. Yay! All right. Let me go. And then let me do this. Combine. You. All right. Is there really only one mod in this game? There's only one mod for the camera? We've run this whole game with a single mod. Oh, hello. This doesn't look like the roof, but okay. Welcome to church, kids. Let me take you to that. I don't like the clock face there. I don't like that one bit. All right, now if that angel comes off that pedestal, I will scream like a bitch. Ooh.
This must be the end of all of this.
Ooh.
There's nowhere left to go now that I'm here. This is it. Just like the others.
Clock face cathedral, anyone?
What comes
Oh my goodness.
What's
Who are these 3 troublemakers? Ganon, Ordain, and Queens.
Focused on getting here.
Oh.
On getting out of here.
3rd page just
Somewhere
drops?
else, doing the same thing I've always done, even before all of this.
Is somebody else gonna catch it?
Time spent fearing the end, I was actively searching.
That's the 3rd page.
But never paying attention to what was happening as it was happening. Was I wasting my time? Not because how I spent it was meaningless, but because I refused to experience life as it was passing by. Is
the door gonna open? Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle? Oh, it's still a long way away. Is this it? Is this the last page? Hello? Take that. Door? Locked. Do I run all the way back? We're gonna go back to the mansion and there's gonna be somebody there, isn't there? We're gonna go back to the inside of the clock tower. Or do I have to run all the way back out to the bottom of the clock tower, back down the ladder, back to the main part of the archive? Instead of them deciding to give me a migraine and just teleporting me back. Hey, Skyhearts, how are you doing? Here to steal your wig? I don't wear a wig. Will you wear wigs? Do you wear wigs? All right, first floor. All right, I guess we're just gonna... This door? It's gone. What do you mean, gone? What do we do? You. Oh, there was a door to the side that we totally missed. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Ah, every time it's something. Yeah, you're right, Alders. I totally missed it. I totally missed it. Although that also means that we're probably not home free from a boss fight. Listen, if we get to skip a boss fight, all the better. Yeah, there's the mausoleum. Okay. Hand it over? Hand what over? Pink diamond is payment? I don't have a pink diamond. Who has a pink diamond? Unlatch the door? Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do a thing. Because I don't know if I need to have them. I feel like these pictures are important. You can go in here. You can go in here. And you can go in here. Me with my collection of healing items. Okay. Do this. I'm curious. Can I... No, I can't. Photo found in the neighborhood. I can't make out what it is. Photo I found in the caves. Can't make out what it is. Photo found in the clock tower. Can't make out what it is. Okay. Let's go put page in. Don't be a boss fight. Don't be a boss fight. Don't be a boss fight.
These are my thoughts. From the time I was able to form my first words.
Gaga goo goo gee gee goo ga ga ga.
Half of this doesn't make any sense.
Let's say it's gonna be gibberish.
They're all jumbled and mostly nonsense.
Are you gonna say children speak in spells?
I can tell
Oh.
when I started to grow up. I was so sad,
Key.
frustrated, scared. I felt like the world betrayed me. Looking further in. Holy
Also, what happened to the
words are
terminal? Oh, there it is. There's the terminal.
One.
Oh.
Testing.
It's this side.
I'm getting nauseous reading what's in my head as I think it. It's time to close this book and get out of here.
Ancient key. All right. Is it this door? Is it gonna open this door? Okay, no, this is the one we came in on. Show. Let me look at the key. That is a crazy looking key. Through me as I hold it. I'm being possessed. Okay. Again, this still has... We haven't figured out what this is. picture frame. Can I? There we go. She's not here. I scored every inch of this place and nothing. What's the point if I can't be with her again? Life is meaningless without her. I can't keep going. Okay. Why? Why does this have to turn out this way? It's all so painful and I can't get a moment of rest. Everything here is out to get me. This place is quiet, though maybe I can just rest here. My heart hurts. I don't want to go on. Okay. Pink Diamond from Hysteria Steven Universe? Oh, good lord. Everybody knows Blue Diamond is best diamond. I've come so far, but I think this is the end now. Those things, those monsters, I couldn't keep fending them off. All of this just because I couldn't accept it. Okay. Won't open. Seems jammed. Can I use the key by chance? No. Oh, good lord. Calibri, welcome in. How was your stream? Where are we? We're in the archive. Unmappable. Fuck. Maybe we can just... Looks like all the gates are closed except the one that we originally came in on. So let's go this way. Oh, Jesus. Fixed camera. Fuck you, fixed camera. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? How was Deadly Premonition? Is Deadly Premonition one of those games that's like notoriously known for being bad? I don't remember. Welcome in, Hey, listen. Anyway, those of you who don't know me, my name is Mar. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into. If you happen to like any of those things, do feel free to drop a follow and hang out. What is this, TV? Can I use the key on it? No. We're missing something. All right, maybe there's a door I didn't notice. Hurts so good, not hurting so good. But welcome in, guys. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a fun time. We are making the slow crawl towards partner. Every little bit does help. So if you'd like to hang out and just leave a lurk or anything, it's always greatly appreciated. But because the stream is over, I do have to ask if you need to get food, drink, go take a piss, girl. Any of those things, I totally understand after a stream. All right, what are we missing? Key. Let's do a save because we just like deposited all of those pictures. Brain dead, a lurk through. Have a good stream. Have a good night. We went up here. This took us to the second location, to the wilderness. Where does the key go? Key? Can I use the key on the book? No. Chains. Is there... That was where the thing was. I don't know how to open this. Did I try? Actually, hold on. Did I try to use the key on this door? Doesn't work. There was still just in the mausoleum. What was? Oh. I think I know what you're getting at. That is. Why are you moving forward when I'm holding the right key? There it is. Yeah, discard if we don't need it. All right, last fight. Oh boy. All right. Thank you for self-care too. Let me make sure I get a drink of that. Okay. We still haven't found the weird thing in the red robe that we saw before. Why are we squatting like that? Oh. Ooh! Ooh! Okay, how did we not die? Ow. Made of fucking steel, apparently. Oh god, that would be deafening. Castlevania? I am steadfast in finishing this game today. That is a gangly ass hand. I hate that. You know, I did not expect to have a giant fight in this game. I'm not going to lie. I would almost prefer just to have another one of the ones where the bosses keep chasing me around and I just keep flashing them. Oh! What is up with that texture? Oh! Why do... Oh, this is what chased us at the beginning of the game. Oh, Jesus. Thank you for the ammo, though. Do I take a picture of his hand? Do I take a picture of his face? Bad touch. Ooh. Not sure. Hold on. Do I need to... Uh-oh. Oh, sweet. Okay. Oh. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Woo! Oh, is it these? Do I need to... Oh. Is it these I need to take a picture of? Ah, it is. Okay. You'll never take me alive. Just keep moving in this game. That's how you win. Oh, he's down. Blinded by the lights. Anyway, give me this. Oh, I should have grabbed some of the other medkits, probably. Okay, so we don't need to flash him. We need to wait for the lanterns to come down. Or various other parts of things to come down. So just avoid damage until then. No bad touch. Another brick coming down right there. Woo! Okay. We can play this out. Oh, he's gonna sweep. Ooh. Okay. Turnarounds. Knock out the light, I guess. And then are we getting something else? Oh, nope, more lanterns. Okay. I wonder how many times we have to do this. All right, come here. Oh, only twice. Evidently. Phase 2. Phase 2? He weirdly reminds me of the one alien dude from, oh, damn it. There was another 3D horror game that we played that was really fun. That had like an eyeless guy. Hi! Oh, gross. Okay, now why did you do that? Why did you go and do that? Thanks, movie tape Cthulhu. Hi. Give me that. Oh, now we have holes. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, okay, I see. Whoop. Whoop. A touch. Excuse me. Oop. Woo. Woo. All right, you can do the same thing. I see that wall moving back there. Ooh. 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 Ow. Okay. How much does that do? Almost nothing. That's fine. Actually, I kind of want to... There we go. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so when he does that, I need to get, like, way off to the side. All right, dark time. Dark time? Here, we'll get these first. Woo! Oh, missed that one. Okay, so this is basically just, it's the same thing turned up an extra dial. Come here, bud. Say cheese. Say cheese. All right, and then we're probably gonna get more of those like the little tentacles coming out of the ground, or come on. Yep, there it is. Bad touch. Bad touch. Woo! Oh, what the hell? Okay. Okay. It tolls for nya? No, not the nya. Oh, shit. Gonna get knocked down again as soon as I get back up. Fuck you. Oh my god. Apparently I can't outrun that, I guess. Oh, I'm really hurt, so might as well. Alright. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Now, they always come down from the left first, which I think is kind of funny. They do trigger really well, though. Like, even while they're still bouncing, I could light them. Flash. Oh, come on! Get up. Say cheese. Oh, did I miss? There we go. Defeat the tape keeper. Tape keeper. Tape keeper. Really? Why tapes and not, well, I guess it is technically a bunch of photographs. Supposedly. Parkour. Because apparently we're evidently a teenage badass. Ooh. Through the door. And it was all a bad dream. I am the milkman. My milk is delicious. Yep, that is not a magical door. And we wake up in bed. Leaves plus ending? Leaves plus. Okay. Those are Laura Croft goth clothes. Amazing. The VHS are back. Okay. My camera. Wait, where's my ad? Oh, it's broken. That's why. It's broken. It's fine. They can reattach. It doesn't look like totally shattered. And take his VIP badge. Good luck. Can I get a snooze on the ad break, by the way? A door? Okay. Doesn't look like I get to walk up there myself. Wait, those tapes are huge. Why are these tapes so big? Those are huge VHSs. Come on. Hold on a second. It really, this so far is just a bunch of breathing. I realized I turned the game down a while ago when we got the, what do you call it? We had the really loud fucking noises continuously. So I'm kind of trying to turn it back up. Photos. Oh, hello. Where'd our Polly go? All the Pollys came back. What the fuck? All right, chat. There's your goth batting. Kitty.
These photos.
First our camera, now we're Polly's. Gross.
Congratulations. You made it.
Tape
For
keeper.
a moment there, I thought you might end up like one of them.
Made it? What are you talking about?
Oh my god, the mouth motion.
Who are you?
That's true,
What
Queens. That is
this
true.
place?
I wish I knew. I was exactly like you until I made it to the end. I fought so hard, hoping for answers.
The journal. It was yours.
My journal.
How long has she been here? Are we gonna get any of that? It's Tessa? What do you mean it's Tessa?
Mine must have melded somehow. My understanding of this place is deeper, but not complete. I've been here for so long.
Have you? You were still writing in English and speaking English. It can't be that long.
What happens now?
Oh.
honest,
Oh, right, because they see people. Is it humans? Do they see humans as like different?
I don't even
Right?
know why.
Something like
I
that?
tried.
I can't remember. I haven't seen Murder Drones completely.
Afraid
I've only seen bits and pieces.
of what would happen if you succeeded. So when you beat me, I fled.
You were the big ugly thing?
It brought you back to me. Maybe it's my time. It's come to an end.
Why even stay here in the first place?
Also, why are you just in what looks like a basic teenager's room?
Try to leave?
Try to leave?
That's what it was. Okay, they were like all black shadows with white eyes.
There's nothing for me out there. But then again, this place, it takes everything that you have. It shows you the worst parts of your life. The terrible things that haven't happened to you yet.
Yeah.
And then it traps you. I couldn't leave. At least when I took the cloak, I felt like I belonged here.
Took the clock? What do you mean took the clock? Like the clock tower?
Before.
Never before have I seen a tattoo that looked so good in low poly, but now looks like Sharpie. Now looks like Sharpie on this model.
But the further I explored, the more I
Or like
realized
a
that
coloring
this
book
place,
art just
our
slapped on
memories,
somebody's skin.
Our fears, they don't define us. Whether you planned it or not, your journal and those photos of those who couldn't make it as far as we did, they helped
That's
me.
a long ending
Helped
cutscene.
me realize that I'm not alone. So many
Hi,
others
Void.
came
Can I get
before
another
you,
snooze in the ad break?
and their stories ended here.
Thank you.
But I don't think ours has to.
Gay.
Made it this far. That has to count.
Me
for
and my
something.
eldritch girlfriend.
I don't know. I do want to believe that.
My immortal eldritch horror girlfriend. Fairbanks!
But even if you're right,
We're your problem now? No, Fairbanks, no!
any way for me to escape this place.
How was your just chatting? What'd you get into? What trouble did you get into? What were you yapping about? Did you burn anything down? Did you set anything on fire?
I'm afraid there's nothing left for me in that world.
I'm doing good, Void.
I can't promise anything. for
We're
sure.
getting the, I think this is the true ending. I think it's like the real ending of this game.
Try. Will you just try with me?
Gay. Also, what is going on with her cheek? Gay. Now kiss. Extremely gay. Hand holding. Lewd. Lewd. And it was all a dream. The whole thing was a dream. Were we back in the house? They're in lesbians. Oh yeah, we are back in the house. Okay, we're back in the first house we went into. And we're back on low poly. Well, welcome, Innovators. Still have a good time. Did you have fun? What were you talking about, Fairbanks? Did some art. I refused to use the art category because the AI art category thumbnail. Oh, that makes sense. Finished the art early and realized I can't stream any game without my computer running like a potato. Wait, I thought you had a pretty decent computer. Camera. Honey, I'm home? See, that looks so much better than whatever was on that other model. Like, there's shading and stuff to it. Where's our wife? Only one way to cage me? I will put you in a golden bird cage. But you will never be able to escape. Wait. This is the bedroom that we even saw whenever we were in the neighborhood. But I don't think this is the same bedroom that we saw before that, right? I can't believe they took our wife. I miss my wives' tales. I miss my eldritch wife tales. Cage me, you won't? Sunstar, get the gun. Gay! I knew it! Sam! Pools are nice. I agree, pools are nice. Spider. Spider hiding in the corner, super fucking normal. ain't afraid of no spider. This game looks like it's from '96. It actually came out last week. It came out last week. It's basically brand new. Goth girlfriend and sundress girlfriend, the perfect combination. Black screen? Black screen? Okay, I like the music in this game. This is good music. Vincent Adenolfi. Good game. Good game. I like it. I like this game a lot. I'm glad I wasn't disappointed by it, because I was looking forward to this game when it was first, like, announced. Although these credits are a little slow. Is that it? Do we just get black screen to a beat? Fuck with the retro graphics? Listen, I love retro graphics here, and I try to play more. I have a retro model that I wish I could use, but for whatever reason, when I like look to the side, basically if I try to look at chats, it will like disconnect, and so it just goes, just kind of slumps over and falls asleep a lot, and I have to keep resetting the tracking. Maybe try the camera flash? Flash. Flash, 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 flash. No, I'm hitting F. It's not doing anything. And I can't skip it. Seems enter, exit, click, right click, left click, F. Alt F4. Alt F4, Alt F4. Why is it like this? Why are the credits like this? Until December. All right, Gannon, I'll see you in December. That's Vincent Aldonofo again. Why? Why are the credits like this? Like, I'm trying to see if moving my mouse would get it to do something, but that doesn't do anything. We just get, like, prolonged fucking darkness. Ooh. Music dwindling off? Did you miss me that much? Nah. Nah. Achievement, beat the game. Why did it wait till now to give me that achievement? Oh. M. Hart. Oh, I don't recognize that name. Yeah, that's good art. That's good art. Beat the game without dying? I'm a fucking god at this game. God at this game, dude. Let's go. Healing items used 11? That's fine. Photographs taken 870. Yeah, I have a low poly model that I want to use more for when we play retro games, but it's a little janky for some reason. I'm gonna sit down with a friend at some point and see if we can figure out what the issue is and why it's like losing graphics or losing basically just tracking. All right. That was a good game. I liked that game. But that is going to be it for today, guys. We will swing back over to the chatting screen. Hello. Let me get the music for y'all. Maybe a little loud at first. No, we're good. Okay. Now, we need to figure out who the hell we're going to raid. Nope, not that. Not that. All right. Hora is not live? Okay, he's not live. What is Ray doing? Night Rain. It's Halo. Grounded. Peak. Let me check something real quick. Who is this? I don't know who you are. So Rama's going to be doing horror tonight, it looks like, but right now she's just chatting. All right, chat. Do you want Peak or do you want Peak with Ibuki, or I guess, quote, cozy Eldritch Horror Night with Rama? Marin, don't know. I hardly know. I hardly know most of the time. Listen, shit happens, okay? Shit happens. All right, chat. Cozy Horror Night with Rama or Peak with Ibuki, Finn, Beepers, and somebody named Skullvolver. Mookie? Cozy? That's 1-1. Oh god, not the impreg. Not Jane's impreg. Good lord.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul and seal your doom tonight.
I'll see you next June. Almost a whole year away. How could you? How could you? All right, I guess I'm gonna be the tiebreaker. Right, M. I think they were on like vacation or something for a while, so underscore is just one underscore. All right. Yay, I can spell. Can I vote that? No. We can't self-raid, unfortunately. All right. We need a raid message. What do we want to do for a raid message? Wait a second. Just haven't tried hard enough? What do you mean just haven't tried hard enough? Oh, we need a flashbang emote at this point. I need a flashbang emote. I don't know. I think we'll just do the crime brulee. Brulee. All right, chat. I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT. We're going to be yapping the day away. We may do conspiracies, or we may do, what was the other idea I had? I mentioned something on Tuesday, but now I can't remember what it was. We may do conspiracies tomorrow. I kind of wanted to pull up fucking young earth creationism nonsense, because that's usually where they get fucking biology wrong, and I get to rant about that. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome, and thank you for enjoying the show. Good night.